Welcome back to the annual NHL Draft 2025, directly from the theater in Los Angeles, California. Hopefully, an amazing, great day so far. And you're ready to rock and roll the weekend with the Hockey Nation live show because we're going to be live for the day number one, the day number two of the NHL Draft. Start in the next 30 minutes and see what happening. But you have a lot action before the NHL start. To be honest with you, and my night is short with all everything happening in the last 5 hours, 6 hours. Create a video, set up graphic, ready for the NHL draft, and all this fun news around the NHL. You put this all together, guys. It's a lot of noise and a lot of things to do. And but it will be a fun. I'll be ready to rock and roll the show tonight by myself. And hopefully you're going to learn something about fun prospect. But what a wild card already! What a wild day already in NHL, and we cannot wait to discuss what happening for the Montreal Canadiens today. And I can wait to hear your comments about the Montreal Canadiens trait they accomplished today in NHL. We're going to start right away there, guys. Talking about the news before the NHL draft starts, because when NHL starts, guys, I cannot talk about the Montreal Canadiens and everything. I'll be busy to do all this fun news around the NHL draft. But first of all, guys, we heard this a couple of hours ago. I mentioned this yesterday about the Montreal are looking to get Noah Thompson, and that's happening today. When they trade not Logan Mailloux, not David Rebacker, not Michael Edge, not Cole Caulfield, no Sakaski, no Coley. They trade only Emil Eneman to the New York Islanders for with the pick number 16 and the pick number 17. With that gave a contract of 8 years at $9.5 million for the next 8 years. 25 years old, draft upon New York another 12 overall pick. Have excellent year in the last 4 years and is not reached his peak yet in NHL. That's the beauty about Noel Thompson. He satisfied the right side of the Montreal Canadiens, and for a long time, if you think about right there in the next maybe 2 years, Rebacker, Thompson, Hudson, Coley, we talk about this a solid defenseman core without talking about Alex Carrier and Logan Mailloux and Konishkov. And then we don't talk yet about right now we have Mike Madison, we have Jekai, we have Cooley, and we have Strobel. So this is a great move for the Montreal Canadiens overall. But I would like to hear guys in the chat what we got here. Shelton is in the house, Guy is in the house, Frank is in the house tonight. Hopefully you're doing well. Frank, we have Yamo is in the house. We have Frank, we have Mark Elliott is in the house. We have Billy Shelton, Frank Samuel is in the house. Then we have JF is in the house. Mark Elliott is in the house. Luciano is in the house. Frankie Leonidas is in the house. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes. I want to hear from you your comments about that trade. What happening between the Montreal Canadiens and the New York Islanders. And we have Alexis Dubik is in the house tonight. Kevin Montreal get raped so bad it's not funny. Oh, that's the first negative comments about the Montreal Canadiens on the social media today so far. Kevin is upset about that trade for the Montreal Canadiens. We lose Emil Eneman, and we are upset about that. We have Roger Bouchard is in the house for Vermont. We only trade Eneman, who I like a 2 middle first round pick and weaker draft year. Great move per use, a little bit expensive on the contract. But overall, Mark Elliott is happy about that one for the Montreal Canadiens. Yamo, Billy. I want to hear from your comments, guys. What do you think about that trade between the New York Islanders and the Montreal Canadiens? how you feel about that trade. I didn't hear comments from Billy. I didn't hear the comment from Daniel. Salut, Daniel Forger. I completely forgot you, my friend. I love this trade. Thanks, Danielle, to hear your comments about that. If you want to hear a little bit more about Nate Thompson, guys, here's the Montreal why the reason they trade for Noah Thompson. The last 4 years in the NHL, he was 21 years old. Noah Thompson is number 10 with the most points in NHL at 209 points. He has 48 goals. He is a 14 as a defenseman at 25 years old. He has 163 assists. He is the number 11 in NHL in the last 4 seasons. The number of the goal power play is 10. Is 20 in NHL. He is 10 with 77 power play point in NHL. So, question, are the 16 pick too much at coach? Not allowed. And return, young star, right-handed defensemen are never available. Ken McCarty is in the house. Welcome back, Ken. Hopefully you're doing well. We miss you, buddy, the last couple of days. And we have also Nick G is now great trade now. Let's use our second round pick and Madison to move up and make a selection in the first round, Nick. It will not give you enough for the first round to pick. Lose Madison would be a really difficult. I think we need Mike Madison. If you trade Mike Madison, example, how many defensemen do you have over 25 years old in NHL? I'm not sure. For that one, Nick, I will get Blanc Blars. Pierre, our coach for better night Misa to be picked before Frondel. That's the easy one. Martin before O'Brien. That's the easy one. Eleventh draft 12 or better for 2.5 to have fun, everybody. Eklam. It could happen. About that question, what is the deal mean to other Habs roster? Yamo just satisfied a defenseman at long term for the Montreal Canadiens. Now you have a defenseman at 6'4", a defenseman at 6'3", you have a defenseman at 6'2", and now only Hudson is at 5'10". So at the end of the day, that's not including Jekai at 6'4", Swabble is 6 foot, Madison is 6'2", Mayu is 6'3", 6'4". So we want to be big. We want to be huge. And that's what we need, and that's what's happening. More about that. So this is a great overall. I'll be like this, like it. Ken, sorry, cap, etc. For the sorry cap, but now Montreal Canadiens is only at $3.39 million sorry cap with 21 players signed. They still have to sign Strobel, Tobesh. I said Strobel, I'm not sure is RFA in front of me, but they have to sign, honestly, Barry Boulet and RHP. They want to keep him also. Eneman was another RFA. Mark, we will not finally have a good R shot trade for the point on the power play, which should open up things up. That's a good point about that also. Peter, idle coach, great deal for the Montreal Canadiens. I look forward to coach talking about Thompson. Frank, great deal, Shelton. Daniel, time to make a Jekai Wenger. No, not that one for Jekai, guys. Jekai cannot be a Wenger in NHL. Tommy, Marius, welcome in the house. Thanks to be with our Canadian Live show. And again, Peter Madison now expendable, and don't be surprised if he is deal as good as tonight to get back in round number 1, Peter. I don't know why you want to trade Mike Madison to select pick number 29, 30, and 28. It does not make sense to me at all, in my opinion. I just don't like the new format, not the same 50 in the arena. Very sad. NHL that go one thing, they were doing better. All the others, man, sure. It's going to be very entertaining tonight. It's going to have a big thing happening tonight. I'm not negative about that, guys. It's everybody was complaining about the Four Nation tournament, and let's see what happening tonight. And then after that, we can comment about what could happen after that. Until then, we don't know yet how the format is going to be out from the NHL. It's going to be a little bit more entertaining. I don't like to see 32 table on the middle of the ice and nothing happening there. I don't like to see the comments about the GM, about the trade. How are they going to be negative about the players? For me, no. Be excited about what happening with NHL. They try something out of the box. The Sam Pollock time is over. The Claude Mouton is over. The Claude Ruel is over. The Al Gruntman is over. The Regent Hull is over. It's the 2025. Why not to be positive and to see what the NHL can offer to the fans at the end of the night? If it turn if it turn to be bad, that's okay. That's okay. By the end of the day, we'll see what's happening for the NHL. If it's good for the fans, for the family, everything like that. I think it's more private for the family. They don't have to walk around 16,000 people, everything like that. And we'll see who is going to be the fans inside of that building or not. And I don't know. Again, like I said, I'm not negative about the fact like it's not the right format for what it was before. My point is they try something good, try to do something tonight, and then we can judge what happening. I've been for the NHL draft for 10 years, every year, traveling around to the NHL draft. The only thing was good for my opinion for that, everybody was there. The staff management, the coaching management, the scouting management, the owners, and I can go all the way like that. That was great about that. Well, so thank you. I love the deal. I expect more to come. They are basically 9 NHL defensemen now. Nicholas is in the house. I'll come back. I remember the year that the Penguins had to attend the draft in the Philadelphia, and they got the Rick Tarkett announced because they thought it would get the boo less. Here we go. Need to go big playoff. We have a hold at the second center. How do they address this, Tommy? The problem right now, you don't have a lot of the center on the market. That's the only problem you have right now. So are they going to go with transition UF3? I don't know yet about this, Tommy, but you know, on the market you have Ramis Anderson, Noah Thompson, and they go fishing the biggest name on the right defenseman. On the center now, you don't have any more. And you don't have on the trade bait a young center at 25. Take a note, they select a defenseman only 25 years old at 6'4". This is what Ken Hughes is looking for. Not guarantee it's going to be an amazing, great, huge trade for the Montreal Canadiens. But at the end of the day, I think it's better to select a right defenseman at that age over a defenseman at 32, 33, 34 years old. That's what I feel about that. How they going to get a center? The market is not big. But are they going to get a transition center? Maybe. The time will tell us. I don't like the format either. Danielle, we did not see it yet, guys. You already negative about something. You don't know what's happening tonight. Let's see first, and then after that, you're going to realize all this. You sit at home, guys. What is fun between happening before in the past and what happening tonight? I don't understand what is fun between both of them. Now they will probably get back to the old way and the year to two, but you will see how tonight goes first. You're right, Nicholas. NHL did draft better than any other sport before tonight, so this format and the basketball is not great, especially for the players been drafted. McTavish is a center, Roger. He's not on the market. Uh, Roger Mason McDavid, Erdl coming to the Montreal. But that was the next target right now. And the NHL. I think Erdl will not cost too much. The Carolina Hurricane is the team because we're not wanting to trade Erdl in the Western Conference. And Toronto don't need center. Tampa Bay don't need center. Boston may be looking for a center. I can go all the way like this right there on the Western, the Eastern Conference. Um, the Columbus Blue Jacket they trade today, um, and we'll see. It's not Montreal. The culture is the fans are not complaining about something. Montreal are complaining about New Hook. Here we go, Marco. Mark, about that. Eminem is in the house. Kenneth is on good early morning from Thailand. Yes, Kenneth. Maybe Dak will come into the season in shape. But Dak, he was in Montreal, made the doctor of the Montreal Canadiens 5-7 days ago. What is get out of this is Dak is early on his recovery. Dak is looking in shape. They have a lot of great comments about Kirby Dak. We'll see what he looked like at the draft at the main camp for the Montreal Canadiens. All the draft better. This Tommy, I heard we are now around $4 million over the cap. The current space of the Montreal Canadiens is $3.39 million right now, plus the negative. So it's about, you said $4 million, but I don't think so. That including carry price on the long-term injury reserve for the Montreal Canadiens, Tommy. Wing or cocaine. Here we go. Plenty of the beer and the fridge. They are very cold and ready. Here we go. PLW. Have a guy I go out PLW in Thailand. He like only like cold beer, like frozen beer. That's crazy. Tommy, and how about someone like a Malkin to bridge us over until Edge or can separate? Now, Tommy, LG Malkin on his final year contract, he have a close. I think Malkin is going to be a players are not looking to play in Canada, in my opinion, and we'll see. Some rumors talk about Brendan Gallagher to be traded. Josh Anderson. They talk about big contract for the Montreal Canadiens. Mike Madison. Talk about Brendan Gallagher, Anderson, and Madison, a carry price. Remember, guys, the rule is you can get with 10% more over the cap during the summer. Got things that we like the trade. Yamo said make one deal. It said yesterday. I think it was $1 million and $1 million bonus per year. Look like from Buck Bidzia is a $2 million on the cap. Yamo Kiru, can we afford him? I don't think so, Mark. You never know. I think Vegas is really that announcer is also along with Hudson, Goldie, Madison have just become a force at the blue line. Don't move, Madison. I agree with you, PLW. I really agree with you about that. I mean, I agree. Keep and Madison, I think, is the second pairing a defenseman. Today the Mark is in the house. Welcome back, Coley, with Thompson. Sound good to me. Some ab fan never happy. Ken would like to sleep. Good evening, Mr. Sleep. Thanks for being with us. Absolutely love the Thompson trade. Thompson, Cody, Hudson, Rebecca. Tommy, you welcome. Tommy, Billy is the less someone maybe and Miss remembering. Peter, Eric and New York Islanders, Utah are agree a principle to trade that will send the 4th-round pick to the Islanders in exchange for the 2016 details coming soon. Peter August. That was the deal for the New York Islanders, guys. That remind the trade of Ken Hughes to trade Romanov to the New York Calendars to select number 13, and then that 13 become a trade to the Chicago Blackhawks to get Kirby Dak, and the Chicago select Frank Nazal. Now, the Utah number 4, if it's happening, the Islanders get out of the draft with Sheffer and James Higgins. All those weeks I studied the NHL draft is going to be completely out, and the next hour is already out without the Chicago Blackhawks. Just give you an idea, guys. This is the mock it looked like the draft tonight. This is the 32 NHL draft pick right now. The New York Canadiens select 3 times. The Flyers select 3 times. The Nashville select 3 times. The Chicago 2 times. The Calgary Flame 2 times. I missed one. Pittsburgh 2 times. So that give you an idea, guys. They have right now 10 teams in NHL does not have any first round pick tonight. So that's happening at the NHL board you get right there in the NHL tonight. Peter, you talk about the trade. Mac Perreault is in the house. Welcome back. Schmalkin is not going anywhere. Shelton. Carrier could be going. He make $3.75 million. Yes, but who do you take over there? The good thing about this, guys, they can send Rebacker and Mailloux and Laval. They can keep Carrier. They can keep Thompson. You get Madison, Hudson, Cooley. That's give you 5 defensemen right there. And then after that, you can add Jekai Estrabol. Rebacker, now he has no pressure to play in Montreal right away. He can start to stay in Laval with Mailloux and go from there. I think for me, this is another great reason the Montreal Canadiens right now are looking on that direction. 100%. Daniel, Mark Coach, any true use talking the New York Rangers for Trocheck? I couldn't see it, to be honest. I didn't hear. This is the first time I heard about Trocheck, guys. I'm very plugged with people, but I didn't hear anything, Peter, about that one. Tommy, because we make a trade and he can make a room for Rebecca to play more minutes. You see, Tommy, for me, Rebecca is not ready yet for the Montreal Canadiens. So last year, the Montreal trade Kovacevic early in July, I believe. There was expect Rebecca, or there was a plan about, you know what, we'll be fine without Kovacevic. It turned around to be in the trouble without Kovacevic. In my opinion, he had no rush to bring Rebecca now. Let him lay down with the Laval Rocket, keep Carrier with the team, keep the core we got right now, and see what's happening in the future. Daniel, here we be a record among the trade. I hope about this. A great coach. I think the Canadiens are in a great position with the core. Yeah, right about that. Guy, I want to get a little bit quicker for what's going on around the NHL. Very quickly, guys, we heard a couple, maybe 2-3 hours ago. We have a trade between the Columbus Blue Jackets and the Colorado Avalanche. The Colorado trade Charlie Coy and Miles Woods to the Columbus Blue Jackets. In return, they sent Kevin Bradley. I think he was a 30 overall pick. The 5-7 have a good year with it. I think he's with Wisconsin and the NCAA. 3rd round pick 2025 and 2nd round pick 2027. Why they trade for that one for the Columbus Blue Jackets? But Woods is a good bottom 4. Imagine him with Olivier, big body, fast, one of the fastest skater in NHL, Miles Woods. Charlie Coy brings some kind of, this is what I don't understand about him. Because they have Fantilli, Langstrom, Monahan, John Bonner, Selinger, Johnson, and they add Charlie Coy. I'm not sure about that. That's the only thing I don't understand about that trade. We'll see what happening, but that's happening, guys. So that's trade. And then, guys, we have CBA for the next 4 years extension between the NHL and NHLPA. I don't want to talk too much about the deal inside of that. We're going to talk about this more Sunday night, but that's happening. And then we have a new deal in NHL, guys, happening today. Thompson, 8-year deal at $9.5 million. Bennett, 8 years at $8 million with the Florida Panthers. We have Buffalo, Quinn, signed a 2-year deal at $3.375 million. John Tavares, Toronto, 4 years at $4.388 million. Vegas signed Sad, $1 million at $2 million, 1 year at $2 million. Finally, Frederic, Edmonton Oilers signed. I apologize, I put $8 million, but it's not $8 million. It's 4 years, coach. I know, guy, but it was 5 o'clock in the morning. I was just wake up. I still struggling right now at $3.85 million in 8 years. Zeblakab is in the house. Rebecca need at least a half season to the full season in American Hockey League. Don't rush the kids. Ken Billy, so one of the two gap and the team addresser. That's really good news, Michael. Damn, I have to go. I'll be back later in a minute. Maybe go. Ron Wiki is in the house. Welcome back. Coach, how do you see the Montreal Canadiens power play number one? Hudson, Thompson, both on it? No. I don't see that. It's going to be Lane Hudson, Sakaski, Hudson, Suzuki, Caulfield. You can remove Sakaski for Demidov. Your power number two, Laney, Thompson, Kirby Doc, Gallagher, the new two center, the NHL. The second center in the NHL is going to be one Montreal, but I don't like to hear new hook right now, but we'll see what happening there. You have it's one option, but I give you guys a little bit what happening now. If something happened to Watson, you can use Thompson. But I see that way right now. You have many players you can manipulate now with your power play. On that one, Sanderman is in the house. Carl Charlot is in the house. Can move to use, but not for Noah Thompson, Charlot. Good evening, coach. All good trade getting Thompson. The Habs did not lose any prospect. I can see a few Laval players making the jump to the Montreal Canadiens. 8 years for Frederic. Wow, didn't expect that. Mark Tavares making only 150,000 more que Frederic. Will be interesting to see how the form of the D pair now. Yes, it will be interesting for that one with there. And that's again happening, guys, in the NHL Draft. Don't forget, please, to subscribe. Click on the likes. And GF Frederic was overpaid, a terrible contract, but Tavares took a big discount. A good comment, GF, about that. Frederic had what? A season of 40 points in NHL. He has 17 or 18 goals in NHL. So we'll see. I'm not sure what's going on right there. So the RDS present the game of the Alouette over the NHL Draft. Is it what I'm seeing right now? Or I'm wrong? Wow. Wow. The RDS select the game of Montreal Alouette versus Hamilton Tiger Cats. There we go. Look like Alouette is very important things for the réseau des sports. Let's see, they have something RDS number 2. I don't know what's going on there. But that's happening on this one. Go Alouette, go Peter August, Nicholas, Ron, not any feel or higher about that one. Look like right now, guys, Robinson, he was straight to the San Jose Sharks for the second overall pick. Now, this is just something happening on my feed, guys. I don't know. Um, I don't know, guys. If someone can feed me about that trade, um, if someone put this on my notes on my chat NHL, I don't know about this. Um, if anybody can figure out this, does not have the broadcast right, it's TVA Sport. Here we go. That's crazy. That's terrible. So I don't know if someone can tell me that. I can check on my phone if you don't mind, guys. I'm going to go on my studio of the NHL Draft day number one. You can see below me, guys, all the name of the team are select tonight. Said that, every time I'm going to give you guys the graphic of what it looked like, the board tonight, and sometime a lot of talk at Robinson leaning to several destination. It's not confirmed, guys. If someone just put this on the chat about that, so I apologize for that one. Great, more for Renaud Lavoie tonight. Tommy, Yapper, Mark, gonna be interesting for sure. Might be the time for Beck to finally nail a spot. Thanks so much, PLW, to confirm with me. I read an article about Krivkov and the King. It talk about Krivkov does not come back to LA. The King will need to look for a special goalie. Why would that do be? Krivkov, yes, he's out of that situation. Peter August leave and the Monarch are discussing a deal again. Peter August. Panthers just resigned Bennett for 8 years. You're absolutely right about this. For that. So sometimes I will be on my phone because I'm getting notification for NHL and also of the elite prospect. So I'm going to give you the best I can tonight, guys. I'm around usually, and Atab is with me. Let me be so they can announce the trade at the goals for entertainment purpose. About that one, everybody know the trade is already done. Guy is in the house. David is in the house. Ab should improve over New Hook. Dak too injury prone to keep. Ab can put a younger player if not now. Then it's funny, David, because we talk about QB Dak. So let's go with your New Jersey Devils. Jack Hughes has been out in the last 3 years with injuries. Jack Hughes. So what we do at Devils? Are we going to trade Jack Hughes because he's a prone injury or not? Does it make sense? Like it's an injury, not because the guy want to go on the ice and hey, I want to get hurt me. It's just unlucky. We almost lost Kaden Cooley for about one thing like this forever in NHL. It's for me when someone said it's too many time his injury, it's like it's part in NHL is a part of the hockey. It's sad, but it is what it is. Um, this could be that play or his full potential. No, and we don't know yet. Could be that potential at the end of the day. We have one more year with the Montreal Canadiens. Let him play with the Montreal Canadiens and see what's happening with that. I think that's the way I see that. But again, I could be wrong. If you have a DVS Sport, no problem. I got this, guys. I was just curious about why RDS does not do anything. Um, we are right now on the board, all the room anyway. Cole, would you compare the actual pick to your market draft at some point? Um, I have something here, guys, but This guys, nobody see that one. Why? Because this was my first attempt NHL Draft 2025. We talk about approximately 2 months ago. This is the old one I have. Um, I did not have what I did not have. Wait a minute. Um, Wait a minute. I have my final year, my final mock draft here, right here, and I did it the last 48 hours. I make some change all the time, and I'm not very happy about that one, honestly. But that was my final uh, mock draft. It's hard to hit the 500, the 100%, right? I try to get what I'm going to see. Uh, I'm number 3. It's really right, Fondel and Denoyer. Now 5 is really where I took Martin, but Nashville maybe get a center right there. I'm not too much worried about my top 10. I don't know if I'm going to select Ekblom or not, but Pittsburgh with Etchinson, they could get Smith or Merca. I'm surprised Pittsburgh would go with 2 center right there. So we'll see, guys. I'm going to reflect on that trade or that mock draft all the time during the night. And during the night, guys, this is the board of tonight, and I'm going to give you example. A graphic of the player when you're going to select. If I have a chance, I'm going to put the name on the top right here. Example: Matthew Sheffer, go over there. Michael Meza, go over there. Example. So that will give you an idea what's going on. And below me, guys, you're going to get the selection of the players. So with our tab, it was easy. I can put our tab on the graphic, and I can walk behind the scenes. You don't see those change. And I was time to do this, so I don't have to talk. I don't have to worry. And I thought it was doing my work tonight. But I didn't have anybody tonight to join me live, so it's okay. I'm not complaining. The most important thing is you guys in the chat make it friends, and the reason we come here. Yeah, many YouTube channels make the NHL now. I'm not like I was last year. Last year I was a little bit more prepared. Not prepared. I have more stuff on the chat. But I realize sometimes when you do too much, it's not enough. It's too much. So I decided to cut a little bit more. And yeah, Greg Bittman right now talking. I have no clue. My TV is off right now. Constant is in the house. Welcome back at dinner time. Ken, no time to eat. Coach, will you compare? Roland is in the house. Our coach Thompson happy about that. Daryl is in the house. A good move. Do you see the Habs going after Kiro? I'd be shocked. The return of Kiro will be expensive. I don't see Montreal Canadiens have enough assets to do that. Stan. But that's the type of player Montreal would like to get, for sure. I still believe Thomas Erdl is the guy, but I could be wrong. Cole is a direct line to Gary Bettman. Yeah. I don't know. Would be interesting what kind of question I can ask for Gary Bettman. But we'll see. About that, a good move for the Habs. Rain Robinson and Dumba to the Dallas for Monroe. First round, third round pick, and the first round 2028. Robinson Dumba $2. I'm not sure what you're talking, Rain. Monroe is a Carolina Hurricane, no? Am I right or not? I think it is. Nicholas, Bowen, Bayram. Rick Bengal is in the house. Great to see you tonight. Great to see you, my friend Rick, with the beautiful Dementra. Guys, talk about a great man, Rick Bengal. PLW, he knows a lot about, the players and all this fun sport. Rick Bengal, guys, knows more. That he knows hockey, but he knows a lot about business and hockey. That's what Rick is really powerful to read comments in the chat. Or on the comments of video. Contractual obligation to TV with at what cause no choice. I understand, Peter. I'm not complaining. I'm going to checking about that. And now Gary Bettman go to the York calendars, guys. Ben is now just what was this bigger goals. You might not get that right for Nashville. Guys, I'm going to be wrong for my mock draft, by the way. The first pick is right there. Suddenly, I have zero interest in the draft. Go, use, go. Really? You A2? I have a lot of interest because something could happen in NHL. Allowed to watching other team, what you're going to do. Some pick are going to impact the Montreal Canadiens. If the Islanders select three players, that's going to be impact long term. Rand Barnes, guys, assistant coach, assistant general manager of the New York Islanders. Barnes was with many years with Toronto Maple Leaf, I believe. John B is in the house. A lot of empty seat at the draft. Mark, Frank, please, Shim and what the Panthers are up. There are at least 50 podcasts doing the NHL Draft live. Yeah, you're right about that. I could maybe get retired now if focus on the bowling. If my end up come on Vancouver time to make that mega trade. Bang, expansion 28 bank on it. There we go, Rick. Atlanta Houston, Rick. I'll probably be round with the draft after the third pick, Tommy. You're right about this one. Me too. Islanders on the clock. Thank you, A2. You guys, I'm behind the Saints. I'm behind you. I live in Thailand. I have a TV in Canada, so I'm about 1 minute behind. So don't worry, you can announce this in the chat. Montreal is not select, so I'm not worried about that. When Montreal select, I did not want to watch the chat. I was focusing on the TV, but I was excited when Timida was the name right there. But look, um, you can announce it before the I see it. That's not a big deal. I will give me time to jumping on left and right. The pick is in. Here we go. Peter Watts is in the house. Welcome, Mr. Peter Watts. Matthew Schiffer is the number one pick overall. No surprise there. That was expectation, guys, in the NHL. To see Matthew Schiffer, select number one in NHL. No surprise there. We know everybody was expect that the pick happening. And this is the New York confirmed Matthew Schiffer. Left defenseman, guys, 6'1", 6'2" now for Schiffer. He is also 186 pounds. Played with a team Taurus in the OHL. Look, here's the guy is maybe one of the top best prospect on this for skate. He's a really great skater. Also a great offensive-oriented defenseman. Join the rush, carrying the puck, and definitely a great shooter. Said that he has 22 points and 17 game offensive for him after he got hurt at the World Cup Junior with the Team Canada. His season was over for him, and we want to congratulate Matthew Schiffer, like Sakoski, like Connor Bedard. Um, Arsedek, the number one overall pick in the last couple of years. So this is happening there. Nothing surprised about that selection, guys. And we want to congratulate Matthew Sheffer jump on the front of the stage and get the jersey. Good night, Daniel. Daniel, about this. Daniel Forget. Good night, everyone. Keep up the great work, coach. You're welcome, Daniel. Appreciate that. Daniel, Billy. Good night, Daniel. And it's confirmed, guys. Matthew Sheffer is the number one pick. Now, the New York Calendars, guys, in the last couple of years, they don't have a lot of prospect. If you look deep in the chat, if you think about what they got, the New York Calendars, last year they select Cole Azerman, an emotion kid, Sheffer, with some tear in his face. They have also Simon Armstrong as a young players for them. At the point, at the defense, they don't have. They got Isaac George last season joined the team as a young defenseman for the New York Calendars. If I go a little bit more deeper, guys, if you look about the prospect as a forward, they don't have nothing. JC nor me is the one there. Like I said, they still have Eiserman to sign the contract. Our defenseman, guys, this is a team of not much. Kelly Odilius is another defenseman on this. So this is to see the Matthew Dash pick up some prospect like that. This is a good indication for New York Calendars. Mr. Shaver, your son did it. Yes, you're right about that. His mom. Someone tells Sheffer that there are no crying in hockey, A2. Remember, his mom passed away um, a couple years ago. Last year, I believe it's happening for him. Anthony Manzano, coach, my prediction for the San Jose Sharks is going to be Porter Martin. A2, his mother passed. He is at 18 years old. It's been one pick and already want to go back to the old format. Mark. The St. Jose Sharks is on deck right now. Second overall pick. I got sick of this after a while. The Waltons. Victor, welcome. Of course, he's emotionally engaged with mother pass at 26. So look, this is going to be really interesting. What the San Jose Sharks is going to be. My prediction is Michael Meza. We hear about Anton Frondel the last couple of hours, but I think 99% this is going to be Michael Meza for the San Jose Sharks. GF is in the house. Mark started. This format is okay, not so far for that one. If you look about the San Jose Sharks, guys, this is a team on a rebuilding mode with a new GM. They have a couple of. I was reading about Manchester Sheffer, guys. They have inside that team, guys. Just give you an idea. Macklin Celebrini, Will Smith, Colin Graff, William Eklund, All of them are 22 and younger. Thomas Bordelot is at 23. On defensemen, guys, they have Shakir Moukamadoulin, 23 years old. At 24, they have Henry Tiran. And then you have on the prospect, guys, Igor Chernyshev, Cameron Lan, Philip Bisted, Quentin Musty, Casper Altunen are the big name as on the prospect with Zach Otashchuk. Now on the defensemen, guys, they have Sam Dickinson, Alinius Salin. They have Metsis Evelyn, and they have Lucas Canoni. You can see, guys, they have a ton of the prospect for the San Jose Sharks. Bush is in the house tonight. Welcome back, Bush. I love the draft at the S-Fair. I agree with you about that. It was interesting. 05, happy with the trade. Thanks to be with us tonight. I agree with you definitely about this. Rick, very happy with the some trade. He knows Ab will win Cup during his contract. Talk about Thompson. The new calendars, all the office or the table is inside the locker room for each team. Sounds like a great kid, Sheffer. Yes, definitely a great kings about that. 38 seconds to go remaining, guys. It will be like this all night long. You can see, guys, on the selection 16, 17, the trade is not announced between the New York Calendars and the Montreal Canadiens. I don't know why. They want to make this a big show. Everybody in the world follow hockey. They know Noah Thompson. It was Montreal Canadiens. So this is a bit not right for the NHL. Just announce it what happening today. Why to keep that on the board? This is why the NHL sometimes I don't understand. Be transparent about everything. Everyone knows that trade is done. Why do you keep consistent to not announce it to make this show bigger? Come on, be real right there. This is another mistake by the NHL. Edu Sheffer, all character, Rick. Um, go those Abbeys and get that wall train rolling. You're lucky. Mark have no choice. And Bush entertainment coach. You're right, Peter, about that. Renaud Lavoie, an interview with Mathieu Scheffer. Batman want to said we have a trade to announce. I agree with you, A2, about that. And Peter, you're right also about entertaining, but still, who don't know that trade was happening? Thanks for all the like. You can see, guy, on the board, round number one, Montreal is still there with 17. But that's the point, Mark. If he was, guys, like everyone follow hockey, know the trade already. So tonight, when you go to announce it, not surprise anybody. You're not going to have a surprise in the crowd to say, "Oh, we have a trade." Everyone knows. All the young kids right there, they knows Montreal is not there anymore. It's just for me, common sense, guys, common sense, right? Can remember if answer already why would let us need to start looking for a new starting goaltender if Kevin does not sign with Ellie. They will likely wait until the pick 16 of it, which is down. Here we go. PS in the house. Thanks so much to be a part of the show tonight. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes. And then there's probably a want to trade their pick. That why they are not announcing. Good point, PLW. Unfortunately, friends, I work very much this week, even today, tomorrow, and the next. Is I may be the only one to find out the trade at the draft pick. Jordan Peter said Michael Misa. Here we go. No surprise there, guys. 2-2 so far. Michael Misa from the team Sagina get the second overall pick tonight. We're going to set this right there. Tommy, Chipper days, guys look young. On the board right here, guys, we want to put Michael Misa. And if you want to talk about Misa, guys, but is a center winger, uh, played with the team Saginaw Spirit last season, the captain of the team. He has 134 points. He was the MVP of the OHL last year, 62 goal and 65 game. If you follow me, guys, if you follow me last year, 1 year ago, I said I hope because Michael Meza at that time he was maybe the pick number 4 and 5, and I said Montreal need to select Michael Meza. I follow him in the last 2 3 years, and it was my players in this NHL draft. For Michael Meza at 6'1", 185 pounds. Meza also joined Will Smith, Celebrini, Eklam. That's give you guys four powerful forward for the San Jose Sharks. San Jose Sharks trade for Askarov as the defenseman. So this is going to be a really good pick overall by the San Jose Sharks. And that's what we look like right now after two pick. Sheffer and Michael Meza are right there, the selection on this one. Randy Walkman is in the house. Thanks so much to be part of the show. I agree stupid to announce the trade for Thompson this afternoon. Celebrity and Meza is a good start for San Jose. Yes, Tommy. Talk about Will Smith last year. And you talk already about William Eklund is already there. Thanks for being part of the fun, everybody. You're welcome, Jordan. Be with us. Ab still kicking tire on Kiru. Peter. Le vieux forum, les fantômes. Hi, Jordan. Welcome. Jeez is in our shock, really stocking up next 5 years. Look out. You're right about this, G. If they can add some defensemen, they still have a couple of pick tonight. And would be really interesting what they're going to be. The San Jose Sharks the next couple of years. Mike Green does a great job about that. Third pick is going to be the Chicago Blackhawks. Two pick every 30 minutes. This will be at 3 a.m. at PLW. Good to see you, my friend. I hope live treating you well. 6:30 a.m. and 10 Saturday morning. GF, so far, I like this better que Liquor Up Gym and the scout showing off the custom make suit. Référent à Martin Lapointe, two pick into about 20 minutes, as this could be take a while. This is a stupid the way NHL is doing this. See, me, I like this because you don't have all those table and just pick up 7, 8 people, go all the way walking to the stage. Um, I think this is a good for me about that. Would be faster, yes, but we'll see. Really fun to watch last year, even if they are bad. But my God, they are entertaining. Will be a must watch and the close future. Nicholas, you're right about that. If you watch Anna and Ducks last year, guys, it was fun to watch. If you watch me, the Calgary Flame, you're going to see, oh, that's fun to watch. Tommy Martin. Now, this is where a little bit tricky because you have Frondel, Desnoyers, and Martin, in my opinion. So, Chicago draft Bedard, Nezel, right? And they draft Luc Chicago on the defenseman. So we don't talk about defensemen right now. So if you look about what they have also more, Oliver Moore, if I can recall it. Um, can I get something else, guys? Let me check again if I forgot one name. We know they have Raquel there, the Chicago Blackhawks, right? If you look about what they got, a young players, um, Nazar, Bedard, Oliver Moore. They have Lyndon Slaggard. This is what they call them Duck. Well, that's what they got. After that, they have Marek Vaniker last season, Paul Lomwinski. They have Ethan Thompson. He's 23 years old. Martin Miziak. AJ Speletsy. Nick Lardis. This is one of the guys, Nick Lardis. Lardis played with Brandon and OHL. Played with Jake O'Brien. Lardis was amazing last season. This was could be a steal by Lardis. I think Lardis was a second round pick or a third round pick last season. So it'll be very interesting what happening with this kid. But Chicago guys, after that, I believe they're going with Frondel. They would like to get another center, big format. They can use Nazar on the winger, and will be interesting what happening there. But we're going to hear a little bit more the next couple of minutes. At 3 a.m. by the time this is going to be the end. Happy with the trade. Very happy. Luc Laforcine. How long did it take to announce the first two pick last season? Probably at the same time. Ask maybe take Desnoyers G for the night. Cheese available coach. No, guys, I really focus on the NHL draft this year. I think I went out one time the last 8, 9 days. Peter August, this draft is out to view about this. Talk abs, a lot of cheese, Antoine, but big city, where is Billy Me? Jeremy Roenick. Jeremy Roenick is looking good. I was thinking but out and Hazard down the middle and take the big power forward Martin. What is another head coach happy draft this base luck of the abs? Like this deadly shooter goals saga will surprise G. Yep, he is. I cannot hear what Ronick he said. I have my two Sunny Cup ring blocking my ear. Patrick Roy, here we go. Here we go. Anton Frondel, guys, the third overall pick. Selection done and in. Conclusion about Frondel. This is the board right now. Six one, 204 pounds. Shooter left at play center. He has played on two teams last season. He played 25. He have 25 point, 29 game with played with also with Victor Eklam and Philippe Eriksson. Philippe Eriksson was drafted by the Montreal Canadiens 4th round pick. Great selection overall by Frondel. And again, Chicago pick up another forward and the NHL draft. We know Chicago have select 2 years ago Korchinski, 7 overall pick, if I can recall it. Then they select last year Luchikov over Demidov, and now they select Frondel. So this is a good pick overall for the Chicago Blackhawks. This is the board we have right now: Schiffer, Michael Misa, and Antal Frondel. Now, his was a bit complicated for me, guys, because my draft mark on that time, guys, it was Dinwiddie. After that, the Mammoth are in conversation with the New York Islanders. For what we hear right now on the board, right? It would be impossible. New York Islanders are going to trade pick number 16, 17 to the Mammoth to get Jamie Higgins from the New York Islanders because Montreal is still on the board at 16, 17. See, sometimes I have to text with people. Ma collègue Willie Snyder starts nausée allergique. Good night, guys. Randy is already leaving the building. Victor. Kane may be a frustrating team to watch this upcoming season if they sign Jake Allen. I know, coach, you are working out for now. Is the way you read. Yeah, but something happening also from it is only 16. I can have like it, Nicholas. Malvin, welcome back in the house. Good pick for the Hawks. I can hear what Ronick he said. I have okay. I got this marker on that one. Jordan try to pick up the comments and asking someone for the Hawks weight about Fondel. He said he was not a dual. Don't know him much. A great TV comments. This whole thing feel like a TV telethon, not an NHL draft. Peter, coach, if the ad were to get Kiru, would they consider Davidov at center? I don't see that yet. For that, the cross guy for Kiru is called Caulfield, Caden Cooley, Zakaski are the three players the St. Louis Blues are looking for. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to trade Caden Cooley for with a first one pick, Owen Beck, and to get Kiru? I don't know. But Victor Fondel, the Hawks is cool. Tommy, Utah at 4. Who is the pick? I was not this third round pick. Chicago offered to Montreal the draft at Demidov last draft. So now, Utah guys, they keep their pick. The conversation right now is changing a little bit. Fondel is out. Martin, Desnoyers, and I'm going to talk about Brandy Martin right now here. I don't see Mammoth to take James Higgins. I don't see that. Um, so if I look about the team of Utah guys, Utah is very solid on the pick, on the prospect. And the last couple of years, they draft, right? If you remember, they select Cooley at the year of Sikorsky in 2022. The year before that, they select two Russian kids, Sivashev and Daniel Bott, played the KHL last season, have a great year over there. And the lineup they have already, and the lineup right now, they have right now Peterka at 23 years old, Dylan Quender, 22 years old. That's a really too solid. You have Barrett Aiton, but he's not 25 years old. I'm not going to say this anymore as a rookie. Logan Cody, I just talked about him for that. On the defenseman, guys, they don't have any rookie there, honestly. And they have also on the forward DJ Aguila, Daniel Bott, Cole Baudouin. On defenseman, they have Zimachev Lamoureux as the best prospect on that one. Hey, coach got to step out a short time, but I will be back. No problem. But Shelton, no. But that's what they were said about Thompson. From that is Peter, coach, if the I was get Kirou, conseil des Midav à center. I don't think so. Um, no, they're willing to trade a goalie. And Mark, salut Roy. Tommy Morris said Desnoyers. If it's Desnoyers, guys, I'm 4-4. On pick Caleb Desnoyers. Here we go, guys. Another good selection. 20, Desnoyers, first draft pick in QM a couple of years ago. Big center 6'2" for Desnoyers. Right here. On that one. Desnoyers is a 6'2" center, 180 pounds, 35 goals and 49 assists for 84 points, 56 and 56 games. Desnoyers recognized as a great 200 feet, really hockey sense, good sniper, a good shooter. Skate is pretty good, honestly, for Desnoyers. But at the end of the day, he's really a good additional player for the team Utah because Desnoyers is really smart hockey player. He's a playmaker too. He can shoot a puck, can score also. Big body, 6'2". So you like that in the middle. So would be interesting for the team Utah. I think right now, André Tournier is really happy to get that players, Caleb Desnoyers. Long time we did not see a QM player to select on the top five. This is good to see that in Quebec Maritime. We know also Justin Carbonneau is another selection, maybe on the top 15. So Dinwiddie, number 25, represent year number 25, is selected by the team Utah Mammoth. That's great. Don't worry, Tommy, I like it. Well, if you know, but Dinwiddie name. With the pick number one pick and 2025, Utah select Caleb Dinwiddie from Moncton. All good, guys. I like it. I'm blind. Edmonton first pick really not until late in the third round. And should they look for a goalie? There'll be a good selection at the third round pick on the goalie. They have six goalies, guys, on the late second round pick, on the beginning of the third round pick. But that is almost pronounced the name correctly. Luke Laforson again getting pushed down. Luke Laforson, GF, yeah, Ron Edmonton trade away their pick like Toronto. Martin, Predator, G. McKillen, back ladder. No problem. Mark, Peter, coach is not embarrassing for the AB special guest to travel to LA and then not have an appearance, Peter. I can hear you that about this one, Peter. P.S. Ouch, Philly would take Martin, no doubt. For you, isn't that a coach? And everyone, what do we feel about Thompson trade? Most of the fans are very happy about that one. Or just them and LA stink about that. Alexis Dubik, yo, my friend Alexis Dubik. So that's what we got, guys, on the NHL draft board. It was Sheffer, Mesa, Fondel, and Denoyer. Now, number five. Here we go, guys. Number five, coach. Now you have the Brady Martin again, Potter Martin again, and then you have to add now Jimmy Higgins. The Nashville Predator are really low on the very low on the prospect Nashville Predator. They have a lot of initial draft this year. I'm still debate between Higgins and Martin. My first original pick, guys, I select Martin right there. This is a 50-50% chance right there for that. Would be interesting what happening there for the Nashville Predator. But would be another one over there. I was the same at Ottawa Peter Guy. And 26 with the Thompson trade, the rebuild is officially over for the Habs. Is playoff or failure? I don't see that with a playoff this year. Um, they just gave them a long term to be in the playoff in the future for N26. That's my what I'm thinking. Because you can add Thompson and make the playoff. Thompson's not going to guarantee you the playoff. They still don't have a second center. They have a young team. The goaltender is not perfect there. So, in my opinion, this is not the way. The New Jersey they will go that direction also. They make the playoff, then they did not make the playoff. So for me, this is the way I already want Madison gone, but we now have a two top pairing defenseman who is inconsistent defensively and good offensively. Madison is just bad defensively and okay offensively. We don't need him. Who does the first draft pick rate run? I like that top pairing of Austin Thompson. Thought he reminded me a younger version of the used Ronek pairing. So for you, Are you willing to send on the ice Lane Hudson and Noah Thompson against Matthews, Nylander, McDavid, Tresaro? I don't think this is to be a great pick to put Thompson and Hudson. You just talk about you want to trade Mike Madison. He's not going defensive side, but Thompson is not great, and Hudson is not great. So I disagree with you about your comments about that. If you trade Mike Madison, who is the oldest players as the defenseman for the Montreal Canadiens, you're losing Savard and you're losing Mike Madison, the two oldest players for the Montreal Canadiens. Not sure. The chief is sending coach a message. Yeah, no. Dude, hey coach, this draft format is so bad, I cannot believe it. They will also did not add a number one defenseman after making the playoff. If the Thunder are looking to move up, how they do that, they go, how far they can go. Hudson and Thompson are mile ahead of Madison defense. Here we go. It was the selection. I will talk about this guy, Bernie Martin. A surprise pick. Martin is not in the house tonight. And this is my first mistake as my NHL draft about Martin. Um, Martin, select 4 overall pick. I apologize, guys. I will talk about this pick. So far, all the center are out. The name of Martin was around the Nashville Predator. Martin Luc Laforcine, who is Bernie Martin. Martin guy is a 6 foot center. Sorry about that. 187 pounds, 72 points last year. A right shooter, 33 goals, 39 assists, 57 game. What is Martin, guys? Is a Sam Bennett in NHL. That's the best thing I can consider him. I can compare him, guys, in the NHL. Sam Bennett, you know what he accomplished. Martin, 6 foot, but hit everything, physical, great forechecker, skate, not bad at all. Um, this is going to be a great player for the Nashville Predator. This is the reason he get higher. Is the way he play on the ice. Is a go 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 on the ice constantly, and whatever he play is 6 foot. He play like 6'4" on the ice. That's the kind of energy he want. A spy plug, a spark on the ice. Remember Gallagher are his best on his prim and the way. But Martin is the same way. Play in junior. This is a great selection. Martin picked it up a lot in the last couple of days to get select top 5, and this happening, and that screw my pick, but it is what it is. I was 4-4. It is what it is. He is the best player defensively and all the forward, and he can score. People are forgetting that Thompson last season was a big giveaway machine as Madison. is high IQ people sleeping on Martin. PS. Ab Coley Hudson to play left defense. Thompson carrying the play right defense. Top four medicine. Cannot play right defenseman. Is doubtful management want him on the third pairing. What I can see, guys, is this way: Thompson, Cooley, Madison, Hudson, Jekai Trouble, et Carrier. That's what I see the Montreal Canadiens core for the upcoming season. Mason Martin, I now need Eglon to be draft 12 or better and make money, PLW. Wow, this is a good as a Conn Smythe winner. I gotta watch some Buddy Martin is drawing comparison to the back champion Conn Smythe winner. Rudolph, the NHL GM see Florida as an example. Maybe someone will trade for Gallagher now. Dobson is inconsistent, but he still is overall a good defensive player. Like Bouchard, media just gave them a stereotype because they make some bad play. Good point about that. Constant Saint is 5 year super chat, the first goal of the night, guys. Thank you. Constant $5 super chat tonight. I'll give an assist to Billy Agee. Get an assist tonight on this one. For you, so you okay with Madison and Hudson, but not Hudson and Thompson. Come on, coach. Hudson will have to play out his position, and that's less defense. Who has his best game in NHL? Hudson is on the right side for you. Until Rebecca and Mayu is not ready, you cannot trade Mike Madison. If you want to believe a young core at 25 years old, a younger can win in NHL, not going to happen. Thanks so much. Every player leading the league and the turnover among the best of the league. Rivelet stat. I almost wish to add trade up for him. Here we go. Martin is the pick of the Flyers. Martin go with the Flyers, guys. Martin, a big right winger, 6'3", 200 pounds over. Have 98 point last year with the team Mississauga. 37 goals and 61 assists and 57 game. We know the way he play. We like him a bit more physical, but so smart hockey player, guys. And he can put a puck in the net. Honestly, when you look at him, he remind me Matthew Nice, on my opinion. Now, as nothing can say when I say Nice because he's a 57 overall pick, but you see the development on Matthew Nice with the Toronto Maple Leaf. And this is a prototype the player I expect for Martin. 2 years ago, the Flyers select Mishkov. And now they have Martin. This is a team Philadelphia or decide to go on the rebuild when they hire Daniel Briere and Jones. And that team right now have a lot of younger players. They got a trade for Trevor Zegras a couple of days ago. They have Tyson Forster at 23 years old for that team. They have Bobby Brake at 23 years old. And then you can get on the defenseman. They have now Jacob Petsy, guys. They trade for the Calgary Flames on that one. On the defenseman, they have Jimmy Tressel, 23 years old. And yeah, also Emil Andrea, and they have Cameron York, the 13 overall pick, but the 14 overall pick. On the forward, they have right now Jeff Luchenko. They select last year. This is the best forward they have right now on the pipeline. On the defense, they have Oliver Bonk from London. Nice. So that's what they got the Flowers guys on the prospect. And number 7 guy would be the Boston Bruins. The Boston Bruins, long time we just said them on the top 10 NHL draft pick. The Boston Bruins now, they're going to get James Higgins, Jake O'Brien. Don't be surprised. They get Roger McQueen. But we'll see. And they go there. I think Jake O'Brien is underrated. He's a good size, 6'2", 175 pounds, I believe, but he brings offensive. So, look, you may be right about that. I don't mind a Romanov, but why give up to you and Mayu and experience with Madison for him? How is Brady Martin not in LA working on the family farm? Really, you cannot do that tomorrow. Um, Peter is a family business they have, and they need him. And he always announces like 1 month ago it will not be there, and his commitment for do that, and he take a lot, Billy. I mean, maybe, but Islanders got a temporary spot to fill for the number 1 defenseman. They also get a Smother, another good young defensive prospect, and Mayu. That's not really with our current group. I mean, well, if you want to experience, you can look into the free agency for an older defenseman. Switch to Sportnet and TV process is terrible. Going to commercial too. I agree that Mayu is more a trade option now with Thompson. We could get rid of the guy who were a young, big right shooter defenseman for Romanov. Sorry, I'm not doing that. Good selection, guys, for Mitch Cobb to play with Martin, by the way. Martin with Mitch Cobb. Maybe Browns go for Merca. It'll be a little bit early. To me, Mayu is talented, but we just have no fit for all defenses. For all defensemen is not very physical either. Experience is really easy to find and free agency. I'll give you a name for you: Michael Kessenring, Matt Lowry, two player and NHL defensemen. Look their age and look when they make the NHL. Why you want to give a young defenseman like this without knowing what he can be in the next 2 years, 3 years? Why you don't want to trade Rebecca over Mayu? How you know Rebecca is going to be a solid defenseman in NHL? My point behind that is you have to be sure you trade a player because you expect his ceiling is already there. Until then, I don't trade them. Good evening, Dan. Boston Bruins. Oh, Adam Sattler. Sattler. James Higgins, select number 7. And NHL Draft. Higgins was considered the number 1 a couple of months ago, and now is number 7 by the Boston Bruins. James Higgins, select by the Boston Bruins. A bit shocking there. Not shocking. This is a tie the players, guys, but to select by the Boston Bruins is a little bit surprised right there. But this is a good selection for the coach. What is Mayu Selene, a middle pairing, 30, 40 point headshot quarterback? Yeah, it's about this 30 point, 40 point. Great shot, great offensive side of the game. Um, my point of view of this for you is you have to wait one more year to see really how you can develop on the defensive side. The biggest problem for you guys is decision making and is defensive zone coverage. This is what you need to improve. But this is a selection guide for the Boston Bruins. 37 point and 37 game with the team Boston College last season. A great center, very good hands, great hockey sense. Um, Higgins, 5'11", 136 pounds. So at the end of the day, this is a good selection overall for the Boston Bruins. It's a playmaker. Um, People said 37 point, 37 games, not a lot. But NCAA to get 1 point per game, that's pretty good, honestly. And good selection overall for the Boston Bruins to get a Boston College on the backyards. We know the New York Canadiens was trying to do everything to get James Higgins, and it looked like it did not work. And that's happening right now. Are you really expecting Mayu to ever play Rebecca? No, that's not what I said. What I said, Nicholas, is this way. How do you know Rebecca is going to be a solid defenseman in NHL? That's one of my question. I never said Mayu is better at Rebecca. I never said that because I believe Rebecca is going to be better at Mayu. My point of view is when they are only 20 years old, 22 years old, until you reach 25 years old, it's hard to evaluate a defenseman because this is the way they can become an NHL player at 24, 25, at least if you're an exception. And they are not exception. It's a 31 overall pick, Mayu. So at the end of the day, my point of view is why you want to trade a guy like this right now? Wait one more year and see what he look like. And then next year you can really realize now what he can do in his shell or not. I will trade for defense. Um, Ron, did Bennett take a discount by signing an 8-week contract? Well, I'm sure you can get a little bit more money on the table, Ron, but I think overall is a good selection for Bennett. Technical difficulties, problem with Zoom. I've never seen a defensive liability become an elite defender and the introduction to the NHL. That's why I doubt Mayu will. And that's that we need. That's all right. We can trade Mayu right now and pick. I don't know, but Mayu is going to be a third pairing in NHL, and that's pretty much what you expect. Now, Montreal is not ready yet to return in the playoff right now until they fix the top six and the bottom six. They're missing a couple of pieces of the puzzle before you consider Montreal a team in the playoff right now. The goaltender is shaky. The defenseman is still young. And you don't have a second center right there. And you have right now four center shooting right side. Two of them on the center, Newhook and Dak are 45 and less on the face-off. So Montreal is still missing a couple of pieces of the puzzle before you said every year are going to be so I don't know. I lost the image with TVA, guys. So I don't know what's going on. I coach it all knew Thompson was going quick. You're right about this, Dave. Paternak, bigger and much better player Higgins. I watch Sportnet, guys, and they present hockey, they present football. I will not push it to Canada 25, 26, but this move would happen probably next season when your big contract, Lenny Gallagher Anderson, expire. You're right about this. Now, next season, guys, Gallagher Anderson is still have one more year. By the way, for you, next year is Lenny Madison, a Carey Prize for you. Great point for you. On the deck, guys, Seattle Kraken. Jake O'Brien, no surprise there. Jake O'Brien is a selection. I think he's underrated defense center, 6'2". Gallagher expire in 2027 for you. Yes, with Anderson. Peter, nice see Ab trading some draft capital for a player. The future is now, guys. Go Abs, Peter. Welcome in the house. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes. And Jacob Byrne, guys, is on the board right there. And we go. Two years left, Guy. You're right about that. Sometimes 6'2", 135 pounds now. 98 point, like Paulo Marton. Play with the team. Brandon last year in the OHL. Play with also with Nick Landis and Vaneker. Two great players. Center. 200 feet. Very smart hockey player. Good skater. Good on the shooting. Also, good shot for Jake O'Brien. And he fit exactly what I thought he's going to be a top 10 in NHL. He's number 8. And that will open the door for now to changing a little bit the way the NHL draft is going to happening now. At the pick number 9, you have the Buffalo Sabres. The Buffalo Sabres trade JJ Peterka. You have on the board two big body. Roger McQueen, 6'5", and Radim Merka, 6'6". After that, All the biggest center are out. O'Brien, Martin, Higgins, Desnoyers, Fondel. So now the Buffalo are two direction. They use another center, 6'5", or they use the defenseman Radin Merca. RDP go with Merca. Welcome to Buffalo. I really think that Kenyos made a big mistake showing no interest, and Dylan Cousin is gonna make that series so much harder to get. Um, to get for you to get Dylan Cousin, Montreal had to trade Sakaski. That was the requirement for the Ottawa Senators to trade Dylan Cousin for the Montreal Canadiens. Are you willing to trade Sakaski? Do you think we will ever see a Nicholas Langson type in the NHL again, Ron? You're going to have always guys, a player you never expect. So I would say yes. When, I don't know. Under center for the Saddle, wow, trade and coming. Now, Saddle's Kraken is very interesting. Captain before, last year. Shane Wright before, a couple of years ago. Also, they get Jared McCain. They signed UFA Chandler Stephenson. They trade 1 week ago Joe Veleno. Will be really interesting what happening there. Well, Auburn won't be at the solid 2-3 years probably. GF. This draft concept is so wrong. GF, I think it's fine. Could be without the interview after. Keep it moving. They cannot I car. Well, at word. We're going to get now with Anaheim Ducks. Buffalo Sabre, apologize. Following by Anaheim Ducks. PLW, I think you're going to get Eklund by the Pittsburgh Penguins. Tommy, 18 years old guys, take last player, the best player available, the Nicholas Ron, not at the Super number 2, the second goal of the night, guys. Billy scored a goal. Thank you. Billy scored a goal, second goal of the night at the Hockey Nation Live Show. And this time, I'm going to give an assist tonight for Tommy Myers, get an assist. Shelton Hughes, get an assist also for the Hockey Nation Live Show. Thanks for all the live we got so far. We appreciate a lot to be a part of the show tonight. And we thank all of you to be a part of which Fletcher Clark they will trade all the Sabres going to pick. So Sabres still have a team. Mark Gay, c'est bon. Cheer, Billy. Thanks so much on this super chat again. First of all, Constant scored the first goal of the night. Billy scored the second goal of the night, guys. Thanks so much for all your comments tonight, the Hockey Nation Live Show. And now, you know what happened in Buffalo? Buffalo signed today Jack Quinn, a 2-year deal at $3.385 million. Buffalo tried to trade a Bowen B. Ram also. Buffalo are a lack of right defensemen on the team. And they're looking maybe to add a player like Merca, I believe. Are they going to get to try to get I don't know. They tried right now for Kesson Rink, honestly. But on the defenseman guys, they don't have a lot as a prospect. The only one is a 21 years old Novikov, and that's it. Ryan Johnson also, but he's a left shoulder. They have a lot of great prospect forward. The Buffalo Sabres. Um, the place look half empty. Marquez is Merca. Luciano, welcome back in the house. Random Merca finally was the pick we announced. We wait. Merca became the second defenseman in the NHL Draft 2025 to be selected. The Big John is 6'6". Played a solo in the WHL, the Thunderbird. Got selected by the Buffalo Sabres. Started the season in his country last year before he moved up and the WHL. Merca got that selection by the Buffalo Sabres, pick number 9. Here we go. Merca was the select number 9 right there on the board. If you want to see a stat for Merca, not much, 3 goals, I believe, last season, and 43 games in the WHL, but it's about remind me a lot Tyler Myers in the NHL at 6'6", 218 pounds, 35 point, 43 game. Not much on the offensive side, but great on the defensive side. Physical, he can hit at his size, he can use his body and go from there. And to the Google, the old guy is sick, he's still 20 years old. Spell check, Billy. Batman, this is just as bad as the was the All Star game. Here we go for Luciano. It's really strange to be honest with you. Ron, is not the NHL try to make the draft more digital so players don't have to travel, or is that the NFL? Look like Fortune love this pick. Yes, I think for the Buffalo Sabres, this is the pick they have to pick it up for sure. I agree with you about that. Look like Fortune. Kevin Adams with Lindy Ruff and Koke Kalinin. Frank, I like the saw them some time ago. It's one of the great Luciano. Honestly, I agree with you about that for sure. And now, pick number 10, the Anam Ducks. This is where I believe it could have a switch. Anam Ducks are a lot of prospect. Anam Ducks are really interesting because they have a lot of young prospect players on that team. And we start with, of course, with Connor Gauthier, Leon Carlson. We have also um, Mason McDavish. At the defenseman, guys, they still have Jackson Lacombe, Pavel Mentyukov, Tristan Luneau, Olen Zellweger, and they have Beckett Seneke, Nathan Gaucher, Lucas Pedersen, Yagor Zidorov. Winnipeg Anaheim guy is full on that defenseman on the prospect. They have Noah Warren as the prospect also. They have a Zolberg, a big defenseman, can hit solid, can hit a lot. Zolberg. So Anaheim, that guy is really there. Now at the 10, are you going to go with Roger McQueen? Are you going to go with Victor Ekland? Or they decide with another defenseman, Atchison or Smith? That opened the door for the Pittsburgh Penguins after that. What my prediction on that one? I think they go with Roger McQueen. But I could be wrong. And not a fan of this format. Um, Anaheim is just leading up with the young players. The future is closing and fast. Anaheim versus San Jose. Hello, Tommy, right about that. At what? One, Hamilton, one after 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Single versus single. Artificial intelligence, terrible way to draft. Scout become data entry specialist. I said Eklam, Tommy. I will not be surprised. They don't need McQueen. Mark, no at all of cross team talk. Reduce drama. This approach is sterile. Daryl, Lucian, I have to great bet for you, PLW. Arita Bali, welcome in the house. We're a TV commercial, guys. Thanks for being part of the show tonight. Don't forget to be back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for the day number 2. We're going to be live, guys. Round number 2, round number 3. And then after that, we're going to be out. And then we're going to review all the pick on Montreal Canadiens. And Sunday night, we do the review of the NHL Draft overall. How can you be 1-1 in football? Real, welcome in the house. Nathan Gaucher. Ken McCarty back in the house. Welcome back again, Larry Lavalley. Go ahead, Luciano. Make me print money. LW. Don't forget, guys, to click on the like, subscribe to the Hockey Nation Show, become a member of the Hockey Nation Show. Here we go. Roger McQueen. I set up, I project that one. Wow. And I'm at another big fellow inside of that team. Another big asset. McQueen could be one of the best pick in the NHL draft if he was not injured. And I believe the Ducks now take a chance with him. And would be interesting to watching him, how he's going to develop in NHL. But this is a great pick for Anaheim Ducks to get McQueen. 6'5" players, guys. Again, his injury was a problem for him, but this is a great selection by the Anaheim Ducks. Played only 17 games in last season with 20 points, 10 goals, 10 assists, and WHL with the team Brandon with Kings. Uh, Lower back problem, and he looked like he's fine now. He feels good about this. And look, big fellow. If it was not his injury, he could be a top five in NHL. So, really, Mark Pittsburgh not happy. Think they want him. Mark Real, one goal she played the Team Canada. He was unable to keep the puck or he sick. It was ridiculous. A comment from Real. Tommy, 10 pick an hour and we have. Maurice Robillard, see Batman far too much. This draft presentation is a boss, a fake, and civil, just like the city of LA. They have been talking about having a team in Halifax in the middle 70s. Roy Gee, I will bet move more on the PW to go with Billy up. And I'm building a great group. I agree with you. The Halifax Schooner. Peter OHL sweep up Peter August. Anaheim is on the way. Connect moving at the place. Victor Nice, Frank. I would love a team in Halifax. I could see a team when I visit my cousin. There we go. GF41 Montreal. What the heck is that game? Peter August. You should know. Hey, Batman. In case you did not see the stat, the Stanley Cup final was down at 40% of viewership. Plays retired already. What do you expect? Always slow, just the way it is. Money Nate to be made. Coach, one you said 9 a.m. Do you mean early time? Mark, no, it's, I'm talking about my time in 10 Right now it's 7:34 a.m. Now, the Pittsburgh Penguins are guys on the board, back to back. So what coach you predict? The Pittsburgh Penguins are going to select a defenseman. Are they go with a 6'3" defenseman? Or they go with a guy can hit hard? Etchinson. I don't know. If they go with forward, it's Victor Eklund or Carter Bear. So I'm going to go with Etchinson and I'm going to go with Carter Bear. The Fournette trip gonna to be tough in a few years. I would be happy with any of those picks. I see Lakovic too early. Look, and I'm out stock. Yes, Dewsby. Then I see Smith and Eklund. There we go. Nicholas, you're not going to be wrong with that pick, by the way. I think the Pittsburgh would go with offense. If it's the case, Tommy, they go with Eklund. They are not in the locker room, the Pittsburgh Penguins, guys. They bet on the waiting for something. I don't know why they're waiting right now, honestly, or the time clock. I think this is ridiculous. They let the clock go all the way to zero. If they are ready to select, guys, why not to go there? Headquarter in the lobby. Look, Jackie, I wish that they get rid of the off of the offside blue line replay. The linesmen are part of the game, and they don't call it. Let it go. Bagnodia just posed that Montreal made Gallagher available. Chris the Tank. Good point, Luciano. Cannot get a bottle of the Gallagher because of the IS. Dubas closed by the door. La personne. Wow! Benjamin Kendall, guys. 11 overall pick. Wow! I'm shocked, guys. This blew my mind. That said is right around. But Kendall was my pick number 2023. Um, here we go. That's it. You're going to see, guys, on my pick right there. I don't know if Kendall is there. Look, 21st. Ottawa Senator, guy, was my pick for Kendall. It's number 11. And Kendall is right here, guys. 5'10 only, 180 pounds. Yes, 99 point, but 5'10. Not many in NHL. Marco Ruzzi, but he's only 11 years old. He's already a 5 foot almost, I think. Wow. Guys, What's going on right now, guys, is what's happening. Montreal Canadiens at the pick 16 will have a choice to get a defenseman like Etchinson or Smith or Carbonneau, Eklam, Aubert. Hmm. Now, 2 minutes 37, guys. Time on the clock. Why not to go to the pick if they are in? We have to wait 2 minutes for nothing right now. Jackie, I like how they did last year, draft it with all the team with the table and the same room. It's somehow at Cyril this year. Don't like the new format. Jackie, you're not the only one. But I pick a D next, Frank. Um, Pens or something. Good luck to them. I cannot wait for the luck of to happen, coach. I will wait to run a franchise. Yeah, it's like now. Kendall surprised me. They have to go with a defenseman, and it's Edson or Smith. That pick remind me, guys, Lenchenko, is it Lenchenko from the Flyers last season by Daniel Brière? Trade alert! We have a trade. Wow. The Flyers get two pick. Well, they get one pick, pick number 12. So the Flyers looking for a specific players. They trade their pick 22 and now and they trade their pick 31st. They leave trade Mitch Marner for pick 6567. Who they take with Martin. Now, the Flyers. For my opinion, Eklam, Bear, O'Brien is already out, guys. So this is the trade right there. Um, I can go right here. Hold on, guys. I'm going to make some change right there. When we are live, it is what it is. See, we are live, but we have to do what we need to do. Here we go. You see, the magic about that. P.S. Kendall. I'm joking with two channel, my cousin Hamilton Chuck. Here we go. It's gonna be a third defenseman, Smith, possible. Yeah, Nicholas, I agree with you. Only thing Pittsburgh is picking is the broken piece of this franchise after the best is done with it. This format is amateur hour. The Flyers select James Newsbet. Wow. That big 6'4", guys. Another big surprise pick right there, like they did last year. It was my pick, 17 for the Montreal Canadiens, by the way. And now he select number 12 by the Flyers. 64 point and 65 game for Newsbit. Again, a big fellow, a 6'4". 5.6 game with a World Championship Team Canada, a U18. Tommy, the Flyers increasing their size. For the eye for Nisbet, for the getting big marker. The grass Marco Nisbet this week, Tommy. You're right about that, Tommy. Um, you've been surprised, guys. I'll be honest with you. Um, the last two pick was not on my board. 6'4", 183 pounds. Playing OHL with Spitfire. 64 point, and I have to pick up those pick right there, guys. I apologize. For Newsbit, who as the hell are him? The best already top 5 worst GM I ever see add that dude making 70 million per year. It's a total clown show. Leave it to the NHL to take the best draft in the pro sport and turn it into the joke. I have two ends. L am I starting from crash in early October to my license as a good hobby and to wait for the bonus. First Jeff Luchenko and now Nesbitt see I like a big reach to me. And Nicholas look like a mother gonna walk away and leave get nothing. Nice job again traveling. But it's pretty good. Pedro Luciano, they are taking talking maybe sign a trade. Did not matter have no trade. It was not willing to be deal at the trade deadline. You're right, Tommy. Happy for Mike Sullivan to leave this sinking boat. Frank and N26 guys are two big fans of the Pittsburgh Penguins. How you feel about that situation? I if Bear still at 16, then they're gonna trade to the Habs. Ken McCarty. Mario will buy the team just to fire Dubas and then send it back. We get you have to take it, Gosser. Now the Detroit Red Wings. The Detroit Red Wing guys right now are laughing because they will say, wait a minute. We never thought Kendall and Newsboot would be there. Now they can pick many different options. Carbono, Eklund, Calibert, Lankovic. On the defensemen, Etchinson, Smith, and Slur. So the Detroit have 8 players, 7 players they can pick. I believe they go with forward. They're not afraid to get a guy like Eklund, 5'11", but can they pick Justin Carbono? We'll see. Michael Dividendo, welcome back. Carter, Eklund, or Smith. Yeah, it makes sense, Michael, for the Detroit Red Wings. I think, look, the defenseman is pretty good. We're going to talk about Chariot, everything, but the prospect is pretty good. Chemically, New York trade back to Abs. Mr. Fisher, back in the house. Welcome back. Thanks again for all the likes we got. Yes, Tommy, I agree with you about that. That's what I said, Carbono there. You never know with Steve Eiserman. Great point, Michael. This bit was a big riser this week, apparently. Mr. Diaz look like they are maybe still at 15, 16. Yeah, you can do it for free. The government has a website anyway. Dave Gaulier. trade could work out well for the Islanders as well as the Montreal Canadiens. Connor Bear. For every excellent tip, Michael at Connor Bear. Not surprised there, guys. Right there. Connor Bear was between 12. I thought he's going to be 12 in that selection. And PLW lose money by one pick. 6 foot Bear play on the WHL. 40 goal, 82 point. But he played like a 6'3", 6'4". Play small player, but play with heart. Energetic players. Drive to the net, crash to the net, not afraid to be in front of the net. And Connor Bear was one of the players Montreal are looking for. And great selection by the Detroit Red Wings. Welcome, Marco de l'Arabie. He's smart, good hockey IQ, work hard, is a little bent over skating wise, but he can score a goal, a good playmaker. You're great about this, Michael. I don't think he is help Detroit anytime soon. Need to satisfy the first string goalie. Look, I like Tobas. Tobesh. Vancouver running up there where a Budgeon for sure. Nicholas. Now, guys, Etchinson is Smith. A little bit late on that initial draft. The next pick is the Columbus Blue Jacket. Now, Jacket trade today for Charlie Coy and Mike Wood. I have to do, but Roger Delaney. You're welcome, Roger. More information tomorrow. Guy will be live for the pick on the Montreal Canadiens tomorrow. So stay with me tomorrow morning, and I'll be ready. No salt on Tobesh. It's not Vincent Aurora Kang of the like of like bear. Uh, Not a bad comments about this, but I would say bear has a little bit more energy, energetic players. Do you like a Penguin moving down to get a more asset coach? I don't like the pick Kendall at 11, but at the end of the day, Marco Atchison, Smith, if they look for a defenseman, or Ansler or Cameron Reed at 22, I don't see a big strength right there, and you can select a 31st where you can get another player there. So it's not bad at the end of the day because the selection 12 If you go with defenseman, not big deal. If you select a forward, but the forward at 12 will be better at 22. I like it. They have some older players in need youth in the system. Moving down and the weak draft is pretty pointless, in my opinion. One does Hudson have to sign. Wonder how much he would get now. Now the Columbus Blue Jacket guys. The Jacket have a lot of forward. I think if they're going to go with a defenseman, Hutchinson or Smith. Thanks for all the like we got so far. Yeah, you're right about that. I would predict Columbus and Slur. Ensler at the 14th, this is his name pop up. I thought Montreal Canadiens are going to select Ensler, but could be wrong. Columbus does not have a second rounder, but two in the first round. Columbus select Marco at 20. With what's going on the draft, guys, they have players like Eklam available, Etchinson, Smith. Miss my question A2. Ready? The last comment you said, moving down and the weak draft is pretty pointless. That's the last thing. I do the app. Oh, I get it. Two app with two defensemen probably next season. That Sakiski lose his spot. No, A2. I think A2, they're going to keep that situation that way. Corey, welcome in the house. That's nice to see the wife of Johnny Goodrow, guys. To sign Hudson, I think you're right. Look, until 2026, the trade alert on required to Habs. I like the Martin Bick for the Flyers. Missing any question, coach? Is okay. I got it. A2. I think I answered to you. I think at the beginning of the show, A2 I said Hudson, Sakaski, Caulfield, Suzuki, Demidov. Here we go. The third defenseman, NHL draft guy, Jackson Smith, is a selection of Columbus Blue Jacket. No surprise for me for the Columbus Blue Jacket. When you look at all the prospects, they lose David Chirecek this year. Um, this is a selection a little bit late at what I expect, but is on the range right there. That's the reason Smith it was selected by the Columbus Blue Jacket. So good selection by the team. Pick 15, Smith. Thank you, Peter and Mark. Yes, Hudson is extension, guys, is eligible July 1st, but still have one more year. He is not eligible for enough for a sheet, by the way. So that protect the Montreal Canadiens to wait next season. Rick Robitaille is in the house. Welcome back. Could pick it. Thought they would be go to right defenseman. They lost it, but on Thompson. Um, you're right, Luc Laverson for Miss Goudreau. Great point, Marco. That's the point behind that. A2 for Mike Madison. And again, A2, you can, if the power play at some point at difficult time, you can move up. Laney, you can move up now. Thompson. This is great. A2. Mr. Fisher, Rick Ballard. Our soul man coach is the Buddha of hockey. Yeah, I don't know, but you guys make me have a good point. Pen too short. Salut 007. Timmins still has the big guns. Trevor Timmins. Beside Dan Wendell. Here we go. Columbus Blue Jackets get selected. Could go also go with two defensemen, man up power play market. Yes, they could. Um, but when you think about this, Mark, example, they remove Sakaski. Who do you put at the goal line? Zuski play on the right side or Carfield play on that side. They try with Patrick Laney too there. Um, we'll see. Ask us about hockey, Rick. Apologize, A2, I missed your question, but PS, coach at 12 value, 29.89 and 22, 16 value, 310 value. Great point, PS. Non, PS, un autre gros pas. En avant pour nos Canadiens aujourd'hui, mon 001, Noah Thompson. Hey, coach, add the son, soul man to the music you play, which is spanking good already. It is so slow, Nicholas. We already. Timon is still on the TRT. I see, so with all nice. It was a fabulous, lucky. O2. The first one is really, really bad. Back to the sphere next year, please. You're right about that, Marco. The Vancouver Canucks, guys. The man was cuddled there. The Vancouver did not expect Hutchinson to be there. Now they have Eklund, Carbono, Hutchinson, Lakovic. Montreal could get guys Eklund. I'll be like screaming if Montreal select Victor Eklund, guys. That's crazy to have Eklund at pick number 16. You're right, Peter. Marco, here we go. By the way, the Yankees lead 3-0. The Boston losing 4-0. The Blue Jays lead 4-0. And the Astros leads the Cubs 4-0. Pence pass on Eglon 2. Dubas is a genius. TSN. Here we go. The Vancouver Canucks OB. The pick is in. It took 2 hours, guys, to go after the draft. Mikael Samuelsson. Burning Coats. Interesting pick. Good night, PLW. Burning Coats. From the Vancouver Canucks, guys. Wow. Wow. .511 at 63 point and 60 game. He was the youngest captain in the WHL. 5'11", 185 pounds. Good player, always nice to have option, but I did not expect that mark. Now, guys, we know that Islanders get the next two pick. But if you are right now Montreal Canadiens, who do you select? If you are the Montreal Canadiens, Carbonneau is open. Victor Eklam is open. Wow. You could get Hutchinson, guy, and Victor Ekland. Can you believe it? I think Hutchinson's a left defenseman too. Nicholas Eglon Hutchinson, yeah. I would love to see Canadian add size and aggressiveness to take a flower select Prokhorov. They wanna push the trade button, make it official. That's, I'm sorry, I don't want to say that words, but I can use it. I think so. Does not make sense at all. I agree with you, Nicholas. This stole the red button from The Voice. Luc Lafortune. Let's just say what you feel, the coach, a free country. Mr. Fisher, I think at this point, I shouldn't want a good player versus many pick is what they want to do. I always want to pick 10 guys in the first round, but they could not all play for us. We get there. I think Hughes is happy Thompson fill up a big hole and the same age as our group. That's crazy, guys. Like, I don't. I'm like, really? Do you think we are dumb? That's crazy. No element. A good point, Pierre W. Oh yes, Marco. Of course. Um, it's not easy to find a right defenseman, and you establish a player in the NHL already. I agree with you. Are the app going outside the prospect pool to replace element coach? Well, I think they want to open a spot A2 to a guy like Kapanen or Beck, or they can get a bottom six from like Janat example maybe. They have its front option for sure, and we'll see. I'm more looking one but open down center. Thank you, Frenchie. Through wire or sport. You welcome, Rick. We're not mind Jeanette on the team a lot. It will make the team a lot harder to play against. The other guy had to go with Eklund. Anybody knows? It was the backup plan. It's Eklund. There we go. No surprise there, guys. On that one. Here we go. A little bit far what you expect, but look. Great pick, Marco. I agree with you. No doubt in my mind. Um, Played well with Fondell last season. The brother of William Eklund. It's really, I don't know, like every year you have a player fall apart, like fall down. I was not expect Victor Eklam to be that kind. Is it because he's 5'11"? I'm not sure. Here we go, Nicholas. Peter, go with Edson now. I agree with you, Peter. Carbono, Marco. Good job by Mathieu Darche, Dewsby. Um, Not, Marco, the connection of Patrick Arroy and the QM. They know exactly Mathieu Darche, what Carbono he look like. But if on your calendars, guys, they need everything anyway. The app just announced the trade A2. Real question: did the pandemic make this an off year and look up next year? Think I have to get another cap something now, Nicholas. What trait? I believe the trait of Thompson. This kid would have been affected 5 years ago. Tell me who has a more incredible young core que the Montreal Canadiens. Anaheim Ducks, Utah is getting better and better. San Jose Sharks, not the bad at all. So they lose Thompson, but they got Sheffer, Eklam, and possible Etchinson. You're right, Tommy. Rudolph, was the Islanders at trade conditioning on the something? We can only speculate. Not really. Nate goal scoring. Look, you're right about that. So the next one is really Carbono, Reshny. So at this moment, guys, 2 years. It take 2 hours and a half. Is it right? It's 9:30. It guys, this is going to be for 5 hours. What's wrong with them? Cole les hommes be there soon. Claude Larose, Rick. It sounds like Dash want to have a deal to trade up for Higgins before conclude the trade with Montreal. I don't think so, Rudolph, because everything was announced like a trade, the deal with Noel Thompson. But you're right, PS. There we go. Edson, guys. No surprise there. Here we go. Edson. Coach, what percentage of the first round pick from this draft do you think would be NHL players? The first one pick, 70%. Good point, A2. Great point, Rick. No, Peter. Ay, 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 ay. Coach, what the do these have in common? Bobby Rousseau, Bobby Smith, and Alex Newhook. They all wear number 15. Rudolph. Those came one fun for coaches stories. This class has said 50%. Peter, I would go with a little bit more. Peter, Etchinson guys is a 6'1", but really physical guys. He does not afraid of to play physical and play with number 15. Rudolph. Are we asking good NHL player or just a plain NHL? Huge difference between those two things. It was me. It was more like they play in NHL, but permanently in NHL, guys. I think, yeah, 50, 60. Back in that, super up. Goal number Super 3 tonight. You did it again. Thank you. There we go. McInnes scored a third goal of the night, a hat trick. And the night, I'm going to give an assist to Luciano Graziano and Luc Lafortune. Both of them with all the great comments in the chat and make other people laughing. So both of them guys get an assist on the goal of Mac Elliott. And this is a trick before that. Constant and Guy scored a goal for the Hockey National Show tonight. Thanks so much. And don't forget, guys, to join me and follow me on my Patreon and on my Twitter account. And don't forget to subscribe and become a member of the Hockey National Show. This is the place to be and to hear more about what's going on about that. Mike the Man, the Might. Mark Alia did it again. He did it all the night. PLW back in the house. Anybody knows the score of the football, by the way? I am what now with Sportnet, guys. I give up on the TVL Sport. So because I don't like a play on the same line as Luke, he hugs the puck. He's really selfish, Luciano. Um, would you prefer a shot player who play big or big player who don't see the size so much? I always love the blue collar jersey, the blue collar Redal. So if you play hard, whatever is your size, and you play every day, and you show up every day, you work it sick, I would go with that. 11-7 Cats, wow. James is in the house. Welcome back. That's because you cannot score. Look, Shano, here we go. My name is not Danny. I wish there was a Zoom chat. The chat is very funny, but all together would be like laugh. And you're right about this, Mr. Fisher. I believe me, it's between Justin Carbonneau and Colt Reshney. The channel have Ann Anderson. Super chat, Mr. Guy scored a goal tonight again. I believe Billy did it early. I apologize for Billy. I thought I said Guy. See, I see Guy again. Right here, scored a goal. Thank you. Now, Ski's got a big goal at the Hockey National Show tonight. I take some mark on that one. I'm going to give this for Rudolph. Rudolph, with a couple of comments in the chat tonight, got an assist on the goal of Mr. Guy on that one. I'm going to get another assist tonight on the many comments. Mr. Fisher got an assist on that one with a goal of Guy. 4 goals tonight. Constant, Billy, Mark, and, of course, Guy did it. Thanks so much about that one. 7-0 Jays and then 8th inning. You're right, PLW. I would like to trade a new hook for the 31 and 32-7 pick back if it's too late. What a crowd, Frank! Frank the big Pittsburgh. And Constantine did it again, though. You're right. Constantine did it again, guys. Another super shot number 2, the second goal of the game. Thank you. Constantine scored a goal, the 5th goal of the night. What a great offensive side we have tonight. I'm going to give an assist to Tommy Myers. Get an assist on the goal of the Constant. I'm going to give also an assist for Mr. Ron Kings, moderator of the Hockey National Show. Welcome back, Mr. Ron. And that'll give us Lenny McDonald, guys, on the pick of the Calgary Flame. Thanks so much, Mrs. Constantin. Constantin, 5 euro is like a 3,200 Canadian dollar real. Mr. Fisher, yes, for Constantin, thanks so much, everybody, to helping the channel to see live. Resney guy, I said that it would be him for the Calgary Flame. It was between him or Brennan Coles for the Calgary Flame. It is confirmed the 5'10" Cole Resney. Good section. I got a couple of helper. That happened too often in my hockey career. Tommy, about that one over there. Congratulations for the Calgary Flame. Select from the team, Regina. We'll go to the board, guys. Let's see here. Here we go. Thank you, everyone. You all welcome. You welcome. Constant, very kind of you to that. Embarrassing. I was in the university before I realized Guy was short for Guillaume. What happening to Rabkin, a coach? It was a project to be a top 10 last year, and now it would be lucky to be a late first round character. Too much hype. Character about this A2. Have a good year the year before that. This year, he's struggling with the MHL, and he has really bad temper, and he was relegated to the KHL again to MHL. He was upset about that, and he left the MHL to go and USHL. He has approximately 1 point per game. He did very good. I think it was with the Lumberjack Muskegon, if I can recall it. But at the end of the day, It's all about his work ethic for Rapkin. I thought he's going to be a top first round. I don't think so. He'll be there. A2, and I'll be surprised is out of the first round tonight. 16-7, Minton ended the third. Wow. GF for them. A little bit more halfway through. This is difficult to watch. I agree with you guys. I was trying to be positive at the beginning of the show. I was trying to give them a chance, but this is not working at all. So Cavano is the slider Dewsbury. About this, I wish I still drank beer. That shot would have to wipe. Billy is in Spain. Cole Reshny. Guys, I know, but it's time to take a time out here. I'll be right back. I need to go. I need to go there right now because it's getting. It's time. So I'll be right back. About 3-4 minutes, guys. I maybe miss St. Louis Blues, but I think I need that. So don't go nowhere. Be right back, and I will let Luciano and Luke talking each other also again.
You made my day. You made my
Be right back.
day. You made my day. Oh, day. You made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Oh, day. Oh. Princess of mine, what have I done to deserve your royal time? 'Cause when you chose me, a simple man, you just made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Day. You made my day. You made my day. You made my day. I was just another guy. I thought I knew, but I guess love is blind. 'Cause when you chose me, a simple man, you just made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Day. You made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Day. You made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Day. You made my day. You made my day. You made my day. You just made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Oh, day. You made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Oh, day. You just made my day. You made my day. You made my day. Day. You made my day.
Carbono. Sorry about that. I need to take a break for the next 2 hours of the NHL draft. Carbono draft at 19 for the St. Louis Blues. Good selection to get him at 19, a little bit late what we expect, but no surprise there overall. The way the NHL draft working right now. I thought the Blues maybe go with Logan and Slur, but this is the selection of the St. Louis Blues. Justin Carbono on that one. Let's see what we got here on the board. We'll put the Carbono up. Carbono go back right here. We know he's a 6'1", right winger, big body. Some people talk about his character. Some people talk sometimes his work ethic. Some people talk about his inconsistency, but maybe one of the best shooter uh, scorer in this NHL draft 2025. So this happening this St. Louis, a good place to land. Yes, I agree with you about that, A2. Um, listen, no, yeah, Batman, he follow me. Um, the Iron Rubber Ducks, legendary. Marco Kiro est on his way out about that. Anytime, Marco, if you want to join me live, you're welcome to come here if you want to. I don't have to change a lot. I just need to modify this graphic right here. So it's no big deal. Marco, if you want to talk a little bit about hockey, about not like less Cowboys. It's okay. I was not well said. I like when he on this last point, but on bowler. And you said here the Pittsburgh Penguins pass on so many good young players, absolutely crazy. RJ Calabro back in the house. RJ Calabro. Listen, the power play Stanik, the PP Stanik will keep singing another TV timeout, guys. Don't forget to be back tomorrow night. But not tomorrow night. Tomorrow morning. I think the draft start at 9 o'clock. We'll be live tomorrow, guys. Join me if you want to talk about the pick of the number 41 and 49. And then we'll be back also Sunday night for the review of the NHL draft. And then I'm going to make some video about the players of the Montreal Canadiens draft at the end of the day. So no go out for me, no cheese running for me. It's only weekend, and I'm just going talking online with them. Pittsburgh Penguins, Luciano. The first one is normally between 3-4 hours. It's not a second 2 hour show. I don't get the complaining GF. Now, right now, the problem, GF, the way we're looking for is going to be 5 hours. Um, I can accept 4 hours, but right now we are pick number 20. 12 to go, and it's about 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Um, can the 12, can he go? I think it will be over 4 hours. But I can understand that. A2 said the Ab won the draft 2025. As soon as 8 p.m. Friday, and at 12 o'clock, oh, 12 o'clock, so I have 11 o'clock. I cannot go out. Oh, yeah, I can go play pool. When does Nestasin go out to me? I would say pick 30, 31, 32. If not, second round about that. Thanks so much, RJ. Hey, Mr. Pete. Guys, we have to take a moment here. Because you talk about people give, they care about others. People serve others. I always admire any man, any woman, coach in any sport. For me, whatever they are volunteering or they get paid for that, I'm always grateful and thankful for what they do for the young kids or for a teenager or for a young man. And Pete has been over many, many years in Ontario teaching and educate and motivate young men or young women play in hockey at any ages. And I just want to give you, Mr. Pete, recognize for what you accomplished for many years. Whatever the team win or not team win, you've been a really great man, a coach for those kids. So I just want to say to you, thanks so much for your time you gave to those young men, and we are pretty appreciative for that. Rudolph, another question for everyone: if the Toronto Maple Leafs offer coach a scouting job, would he take it? Coach, wait 5 minutes before giving the real answer. Jim Neal won the GM of the Year award. Hmm. Over Bill Zito. Interesting. Yes, GF 4 hours. Watch the ship slip the bar every day, Luciano. Then for the likes, I can do without the video call after pick this unnecessary. GF, I agree with you about that. Meredith Goodrow back. Good point, Ron. Great point, Luke, about Carbono. Tony back in the house. Uh, Hugo Panic, we gave up too much for a right defenseman who regressed badly last season. I would prefer still have Kovacevic a 2 second round pick, and Eneman, Thompson, and a Ford. Um, I disagree with you, Tony, about that. Montreal will be better with already. And we have a pick. The Columbus Blue Jackets select Peter Andrianov, I believe. Not on my radar a lot. Thompson coming in, make watching Bogdan and July more interesting. I think is in Montreal now. Nobody get the scoop. I thought he was coming in July, Mr. Fisher. I thought he may be here already, but I thought he was coming in July. Anthony, welcome back, Peter. Andre Nadav, Andrianov played in PHL and MHL last season. I think it's a 6'3". I need to check again to be sure to give you the right answer. Is a goaltender. 6'2". I think it was 6'3". What is surprised me, guys, they pick him before they pick Ravensbergen. So really interesting pick by them to the Blue Jacket. If we weren't willing to give up that much, we don't give that much, guys. We gave Eneman, Tony. Tony, the Buffalo Sabres does not want to trade to a Montreal Canadiens. You can offer him Cole Caulfield. The Buffalo Sabres refused Thompson. They refused Marco Rossi. They refused another big name. The Buffalo want to send him at the Western Conference, Tony. Again, Mark Andrianov is a goaltender of the MHL. Played with the team SCKA. Yeah, is a team CSKA. Apologize. Let me pick up here. I just see this differently, Tony. I'm not, I respect your point of view, but I think Montreal Canadiens are better today, like they was yesterday, to add Noah Thompson. Very interesting pick, guys, by the Columbus Blue Jacket at pick 20. somewhat easy. Russian got everything like that. Trait. Ottawa Senator trait. Oh, wow. We have to pick up again a couple of logo gears. Don't go nowhere. Don't worry about that. I'm going to fix this. Let me about 2 minutes. We are live, so we have to complete this way, guys. And here we go. Look better now. Coming on, coach. There you go. Welcome back, Marco. Mr. Fisher, the draft is slow. Nashville take defenseman. Um, I think they want to take Logan Ensler, Lakovic. Really, I don't speak much French, but I guess the Quebecois people must feel similar to Mexican. Mark, yeah. Thank you guys for all the super chat we got tonight. The Nashville be on the wait, Marco. I need to share the graphic. 2 minutes. Guys, you see me in twice. Marco will be back in a few seconds. Here we go.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome back, Marco.
Yes, sir. How are you liking this show, Coach? My God, it seems like it's dragging on and on and on
Oh
and
my
on and
God.
on. Ooh.
At the beginning, Marco, I said I want to be outside the box. I want to give them a chance. I want to give, and not to try to get right away negative about that. And honestly, I was wrong. Um,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
good.
very disappointing, right? Like especially after how spectacular the show was at the Sphere in Vegas
Yeah.
last year. It's just uh, such a huge difference. Hey, so Cameron Reed, nice pick from. So I guess Nashville felt really strongly. They move up ahead. Ottawa trading down a little bit. Not a big trade down for Ottawa. So obviously they felt they can get the player that they want. um, you know, interesting. I think it's a good pick for Nashville. Like they definitely, they have Yossi back there, obviously, but not a bad move. Like to get a little bit of skill on the back end. What do you think of that pick, Coach?
Yeah, it's a left defenseman, 6 foot, Cameron Reed. Great offensive player. At the Lane Hudson example, the way he play. Um, but defensively, is a bit, and the side could be a problem for some team. But I think this is a good pick for the National Predator because you look about the prospect on defense, not big. And after they select at number 5, um, it was Porter Martin. No, who he was number 5? I don't have it. Hold on here.
They got Martin, Brady
Bernie
Martin.
Martin. So I think they go with two player at 6 foot, honestly. But I think there's a good one.
Yeah. Do you think Ottawa might be targeting Malcolm Spence here? And I
I
think that's
think
a player that
I give them the spends to them. So I think they would feel comfortable about that.
yeah, I think
Um,
that's a good fit for them. It's a good fit for them for sure.
but I
So
would not be
yeah,
surprised to select Blake Findler.
yeah. Well, so they dropped that was their first pick. I'm trying to remember the name. Who was the right-handed defenseman Ottawa drafted last year that played a couple games for them this year?
Yeah,
Trying to remember. I can't remember his name. But so they they went high on the
Yakimchuk.
board. Yakimchuk, yeah. So they so they got him last year. So but they're still not super deep on the right side of their defense, right? A lot of depth, obviously, on the left side. At this stage, obviously, it's not going to be a player that, to me, Malcolm Spence is probably a player that's closer to the NHL. Depends how close, how important that is to Ottawa at this point. I think they're definitely needing to bring in some players that are going to be able to play relatively soon. Their windows now, like they're kind of like Montreal, right? Like they're stepping into that window where they want to have players. They don't want to wait like 4 years necessarily, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if it was Spence here.
I think you're right about that. Also, it's at Pittsburgh right now on the clock, I believe, right?
Yeah,
And I think they're looking for Logan Ensler.
they need help everywhere, right? So if you're Kyle Dubas, but Kyle Dubas, like his first pick, Kindle, he doesn't really go for size. He's somebody that really draws for skill. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he thought Reshny would be available here. So I wouldn't at this point, Coach. Like you've seen a lot of surprises.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably the biggest one was Columbus here with the Russian goalie. Like from my analysis, anyways, probably the fourth best rated goaltender in this draft. So but hey, you can't kind of hate on Columbus. They've had a lot of good success. They went and got Voronkov, I believe, like that off the board a couple years ago, and he's proven to be an NHL caliber player. So you got to kind of trust Columbus's Russian department of scouting. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like watch Pittsburgh go for like Cameron Schmidt or something like that, right? Like just go for skill. Dubas doesn't tend to really kind of freak out for size too much. So we'll see. Should be interesting.
Would be interesting the two pick they got tonight compared to pick number 12 at the end of the night. Talking about that way, I'm sure you and me, we did not expect that kind of night and the first round pick where the selection of Kendall example, um, really early news bit, really early, in my opinion.
To me, that was
Egrom at 16. and everything like that. But when you see that with the trade of Montreal getting today, do you think this is the right move for the Montreal Canadiens whatsoever? The player like Ekland and Hutchinson was available for the Montreal Canadiens.
Well, Bill Zonin for Pittsburgh. Nice, that's a good pick. Bill
Wow.
Zonin. Yeah, interesting. So coach, like yeah, we were talking about it in the chat, right? Like I don't think you can never know how the chips are going to fall, in a draft like this, especially like most people say that this is probably one of the most unpredictable drafts that they've seen in their lifetime. I agree. So, if when we did our mock draft, if you would have told me, okay, so if you had to choose between William Eklund and Aitchison or Hensler, or you could have Dobson at under 10 million for the next 8 years, I'm pretty sure I would have chosen Dobson, right? Just because I feel strongly that it's important. Like contrary to kind of what Mark Bergevin used to say, he didn't really believe in drafting or kind of building a team within a competitive window. But I really think that's important, and I think Ken Hughes and Jeff Gordon both believe that to be important as well. So to me, Dobson fits perfectly within that bracket that Montreal has right now between 21 at 25. He's right in that mix, like a kind of like a young veteran that can come in. So I don't know if you agree, but like, so if I had to choose between Eklund and Aitchison or Hensler for Dobson at that number, I'm I'm perfectly fine with how things ended up. How about you?
Great
You at
comment
peace
about
with
that.
it?
I would say, Marco, where we at tonight, like this year, if it was like 2 years ago, it would be a bad move because we need asset. Now we are at the remember like you call this the the
Roster
cons
building phase.
yeah, but the
Roster building.
construction what?
So they were
No,
in
you
an
call this
asset
like
collection. Yeah,
yeah,
so they used to be the first phase of asset collection, and then you move to the roster building part, right?
reconstruction.
So that roster construction and roster
Yes,
building, and that's
exactly.
where Montreal is. Yeah, yeah,
That's the reason I said this is a good move for the Montreal Canadiens now, and not wait
yeah,
3 years or maybe four before the player
exactly.
join the Montreal Canadiens, maybe 2 years minimum. But still, that's the reason I feel comfortable about the trade of Thompson today versus where they at. They're still not there yet. They're still missing piece of the puzzle, Marco. But it's
Yeah,
a one brick of what you're talking about.
that's a big brick, right? Like, and you're finally starting to see teams like Buffalo that are understanding that roster construction is important. So a lot of people were very critical about the Paterka return, right? And because they're saying, hey, they could have had Marco Rossi, who's probably a better player than either Kesselring or Shane Doan or the young Doan kid, right? But to me, that Buffalo is again like they know that they have a lot of skilled smallish forwards, and they've identified that they need a little bit more compete and grit in their forward group, and they need a right-handed shot in their top four because they have so many left-hand shot defensemen. So to me, that's what roster construction is, right? Like, you can't say Kevin Adams has done a very good job of it so far, but at least if you're a Buffalo fan, you're starting to see them kind of take those steps, right? So, like my joke that I used to always make, coach, is like they're when Montreal and Buffalo, they're like Pac-Man. Remember Pac-Man? They just num 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 num. They just go
Yeah, yeah.
collect all the assets, right? And that's what Montreal, Buffalo, Anaheim, Columbus, like what these teams have been doing. Now, you like the hard part of the job for general managers in those situations is taking all those assets and then building out a team that makes sense. So you're right. Dobson is a huge piece of that equation. We all know that kind of what the next biggest piece is. But listen, like Montreal, to me, the best news out of what we saw today is in this trade, Montreal didn't really give up any blue chip prospects at all. And they still have picks tomorrow here, right? If nothing changes, we could still see movement tomorrow. They still have two pretty early picks in the second round. They still have tons of different prospects that they can deal from. So, if you told me at the beginning of the summer, coach, that Montreal could potentially walk away from the summer with Dobson and maybe like it's. I guess there's some intelligence that came out today that sounds like Vegas is not going to be moving William Karlsson, which is too bad because that's kind of the player that I would have been targeting. But they might still have to move out like a Nicholas Roy or maybe a Thomas Hurdle. So are there opportunities like that for Montreal, right? So if Montreal comes out of this summer with a Thomas Hurdle and a Doa Dobson, holy cow, that's a huge game changer, right? Like so there's still a lot of opportunity here for Montreal. Really like to me, I was so relieved because it looked as though it looks like they were just kind of unlucky Montreal again in the draft, right? Because it's all about timing, right? Like it's great to have two picks in the first round, but the conditions did not look very good for Hughes to be able to do something because you have Columbus, you have a whole, other teams that have multiple picks in the first round, and then you have all these other teams that are trying to do the same exact thing that Montreal is doing, which is trying to get better. So to me, it's magical that that Kent Hughes. Like I guess it was just lucky that it's just crazy that Darsh's approach changed completely, seemingly over the last couple of days. Because originally he was looking just for roster players for Dobson, and then all of a sudden, okay, no, now I'm only looking for futures and first round draft picks in this year's draft. So they became magically when we didn't think they were going to be ideal trading partners. They just magically became good trading partners. So that's just luck, and it's partly. I'm not a big Oprah Winfrey guy, coach, but I remember this one thing that she said, or I heard her say one time, which is there's no such thing as luck. And you can, I know you're a motivational speaker, coach, so you can steal this in one of your other YouTube channels or something, but there's no such thing as luck. Luck is preparedness, being ready, plus opportunity, right? So if you're not ready when an opportunity comes, then that's when you lose opportunities, right? And you're not able to capitalize on it. So it's clear that Jeff Gordon, Kent Hughes were ready. They were having conversations all over the league. Is that Logan Hensler that was just taken?
Logan and Slur. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. You're right, coach.
Yep.
Good pick for Ottawa. Like I think that bolsters them. So it was, I think, just really masterful job by Kent Hughes today. But he got lucky a little bit, right? I was a little bit nervous on how this day was going to play out for Montreal because the conditions did not look very good. So what do you think, coach? Like, so overall, you're happy with how today went?
But Tony make a comment here. I just follow, like he talked about Ken Hughes did Dak Romanov. He did New Hook, pick number 31, 37, and now he picked 16, 17 for Thompson. So this is the third time Ken Hughes tried to make a roster about that. But I think the purpose, the trade today is not the same level it was 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I believe.
Well, again, like it's similar, right? But I think what Doc and Newhook were before was them accelerating the rebuild. To me, this is a bit different. Yes, it is accelerating the rebuild, but it's like I said, it's more about roster construction, right? More so than just accelerating the rebuild. Because with Doc, I'd say Doc and Newhook were not as established NHLers as Dobson is, right? Like Dobson is a all-star. I'd say, like, I wouldn't call him an elite superstar defenseman, but he's like an all-star defenseman in the NHL. I believe he's made the all-star team. And so to me, he's in that second tier. Like, he's not in the top tier elite defenseman in the NHL, like Makar, Hughes, Werenski, like those kind of guys. But I'd say he's kind of like a second tier. Definitely a top pair defenseman, but in that second tier. And I think teams can definitely win with players like that. It just really depends on the whole group of defensemen that you have. So, to me, coach, I guess the biggest question, and, maybe I don't know if you're going to be on tomorrow, but I don't mind, maybe, so maybe I can pop on tomorrow too. But after the draft, we can kind of talk about kind of what the rest of the summer is going to look like here. But
Sunday night we will do a review of the tournament too.
Okay. So yeah, so and I'm on vacation next week, so I don't mind
Oh yeah.
popping in. Yeah, yeah. Like I always try to take vacation around the draft and free agency because I know I'm going to be way too distracted watching Twitter and everything anyway. So I just take time off work. That's how much I love hockey, Coach. I plan my vacation around free agency. So, but yeah, like I think right now, it poses a lot of interesting questions for what's going to happen, with players like Matheson, with Mayu. Like it's just really, really too crowded, I think, now on the Montreal back end. You just can't see Matheson playing on your bottom pair. Like it just doesn't make sense. So to me, with the market for a defenseman right now, I think it would be a good market for Matheson. So to me, kind of if Montreal is going to have a shot at addressing, and they do have to move some cap, right? Like, Coach, did you see how much cap room Montreal has now? It's like under $2 million, right? Before being able to move Carey Price, which they won't do at least until they have to pay Carey Price's bonus, which I believe is only on later in the summer, right? So they won't be probably able to move Price, so they're going to need to figure something out there. There was a rumor, I don't know if I believe it, that Gallagher might be out there, but I don't think that's the case. I'm not sure that would be the right move. I still think, especially if you're not bringing back Armia and Dvorak and players like that, like I think you still need a little bit of veteran leadership on the team. I am a little concerned about what's going to happen at center, Coach, because I don't know if even if they could bring back Dvorak at the same price as Evans, like it's looking tougher and tougher that how would they fit in that money now for a player like Dvorak? So what are they going to do for their center? Like, is it so? I guess Evans becomes your third line center, and then you're hoping that either Kapanen and Beck are going to be able to come in, or unless you can find like a really really cheaper solution on the free agent market. But the free agent market, like I've been saying since last year, if you look at what's going to be out there, you're looking at players like Noshek, you're looking at players like maybe Sturm, but he's a right-handed guy as well. Like there's not a lot of there's a Suter, but he's going to be probably even more expensive than Dvorak. He was more productive than Dvorak last year. So there's a couple of options. Like there's Faxa that's out there. So listen, there's probably 5 to 8 left hand bottom six centers, but I would probably on my own analysis, I think they would be better off with Dvorak than any of the ones that I just mentioned.
Happening sometime, Marco, is like the first day you get the big name get out, the UFA, everything like that, and then day number 3, 4, some player will going to get a deal for 1 year maybe to rebuild the resume for 1 year and then get out after that. So maybe Montreal can be looking for a player like that. I don't have any name, everything like that, but that's something. It would be another option. Montreal can go that direction. I think they're going to working hard to get another top six forward. I think that's what my expectation, and they have to reduce the money on the contract. If it's the case, is it Mike Madison? Is it Gallagher? Um,
Oh, we have another trade. We have another trade, Coach. Let's see what's going on. So this is LA trading their pick.
no? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now Pittsburgh is trading back up. Pittsburgh is trading after trading down. So Pittsburgh is now trading their 31st and a second round pick up to 24 to get back up. So weird Jekyll and Hyde bipolar kind of pick movement here by the Pittsburgh Penguins and Kyle Dubas. Interesting. Very interesting.
Pick for
So I'm
31
looking at
and the 59.
yeah for 24. Weird.
Wow.
Uh, I'm seeing some people here say like about Doc being a center. Like guys, like yeah, maybe Doc. Like if they might not have a choice to play Doc at center, and that's fine as their second line center. But look at last year. If you're removing Dvorak, then that means Montreal has 0 left-handed centers, other than Newhook, who doesn't have a 50% face-off winning rate ever in his career. So to me, that's a big concern, right? So they might have to go into next year and give Doc a try. And I haven't given up on Kirby Doc. Like to me, like I still see him as a really really good option in your top six, but as a winger. Coach, the player that I keep thinking about the most that I think I really like Montreal to target, if it's not somebody like Hurdle or now that William Carson's not there, and I don't think we've had a chance to talk. I think we've chatted about it over text, but I don't think we've talked about it too much like on air. But what do you think of Braden Hayton from Utah? Not a pro like because Ken Hughes and Jeff Gordon have both said you know you might not need like a second line center that drives play. Because if you have Demidov and Line or eventually Hage playing up on that line, maybe just like a second line center that's going to get you 50 to 60 points. But that's a left-hand shot that plays a good two-way game, that's going to retrieve pucks, win faceoffs, be responsible, and just kind of support those guys. I think Braden Hayden would be a very good solution there. Utah is going to need to make some room here. Like they have a lot of young players too. I'm just wondering if a player like that might be available out of Utah. And I think he fits perfectly in kind of the age mix that we've talked about. What are your thoughts on a player like Braden Hayden being a potential kind of fit for Montreal for that second slot on as a center?
Yeah, you know, that's the kind of player. It's a little bit difficult to set Vincent Trocek, but he's only 24 years old, 25 years old, Aiton, I believe. He's turned 25 now.
Yeah.
He
Same
has
draft year as KK, right? Same
29,
draft year as
20
KK.
goal, 19 goal, 43 point, 46 point, I believe. 55 on the face-off, by the way,
Yeah.
last year, right? If you look
Yeah.
about what is coming for them as a center, they don't have a lot as a center on the prospect side, but they're going to be
Well,
very aggressive at Utah. This is a thing want
yeah.
to win right away. There's not waiting, so I don't know it will be on the market. Honestly, the only problem I would say to you, what the defenseman
Oh,
is not big.
we called it Coach Horkoff in the first round.
Who?
Horkoff goes to the Pens. William Horkoff. So we both predicted it. I had him. I think I had him in our mock going. I don't know if it was Pittsburgh, but I had him going around here, like 27. I think, like something like that. I
Yeah.
might have had him going to San Jose.
Uh, Arkav is a
Good
little
pick.
bit. It, the last 2 3 days, Arkav jumped on the like 1 month ago. He was on the second round, right? So now the last couple of days he jumped on the first round, and I was expecting him to be 28, 27. But
Yeah, I had him. I think we both chose him in the same spot in our mock
yeah,
draft.
so I think it's a good pick. 6'4". Played last year at the end of the year with the team Michigan with Michael Edge. He's going to returning this year with
Yeah.
Michael Edge. So this is good news. Big body, like I said, 6'4", and it's a good pick. I think I have to get credit of Pittsburgh Penguins and not wait, maybe not be there
Yeah.
at the pick
Yeah, good for
31,
them.
right?
Yeah. I still don't like to me the biggest kind of moment in this first round, coach, is I didn't like Pittsburgh trading down their 12th pick. So I didn't like that part. It was like it was a double fail. I didn't like that Pittsburgh traded 12 to move down. And then I thought that the Flyers really reached for Nesbitt. So the Flyers pay extra to go and jump ahead. And then they, I think, go way off the board. Not way off the board, but at least like 8 spots, I think, too far for Nesbitt. So that, to me, that's a weird moment in the draft. But yeah, like looking at some of the questions here in the chat, like like for what's going on, like I think somebody was asking about Owen Beck for next year. Like Owen Beck, yeah, like he's good in the faceoff circle, but I think we've been talking about this since last summer, looking ahead at what was going to happen this summer. You know, you can make the decision as an organization to, have Kapanen and Beck play penalty kill, for example, and take important faceoffs in defensive zones, which is what Dvorak was doing. But you just have to be prepared that maybe you're going to take a bit of a step back from last year. Let's not forget how important the penalty kill was for Montreal last season. Like they maybe they didn't finish like in the top 10, but there is critical moments in certain games where the PK came up huge for them, right? And if you remove players like Armia and Dvorak from that sequence, even if Montreal's PK drops like 2% in key moments next year, it could mean the huge, it could be the difference between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs, being in the mix, not being in the mix. So I see a lot of people talk about that. Like, yeah, I was watching the eye test with Pierre Maguire and Jimmy, I forget his last name today, and you know, a lot of people, including Pierre Maguire, feel like, hey, it's not a big deal. Like Montreal has, Florin Jacki, they have Beck, they have Kapanen, no problem. You need room for those guys to come in. Okay, but you just have to kind of be ready to maybe you're going to take a step back. And to me, like it doesn't look like based on getting Dobson, based on kind of some of the things, the signs that we're seeing, it doesn't look like Montreal's interested in doing that. Like I still think that they probably still think they're a little bit ahead of schedule, and they're not going to. It's not going to be the end of the world if Montreal misses the playoffs, but I think it would be slightly disappointing since it would be a bit of a step back, right? Yeah. So Jimmy Murphy, Randy knows Jimmy Murphy very well. He was there for that live stream today, but yeah. So listen, like to me, it's so critical. Montreal, to me, the best ideal thing here would be to find two centers, right? Like somebody to play in the top six. But if you, I think you still need to replace Dvorak if you want to stay competitive. Um, I don't think it should be like it needs to be kind of a short term deal. I think I compared it to other situations before where if Beck or Kapanen comes in and steals the job from somebody that's the roster, then I'm totally fine with that. Then you make room for a player like that. But kind of like what we saw with Kovacevic last year, they automatically made room for Barron, for Reinbacher, potentially for Mayu to start and make the lineup, and they didn't do it. So they ended up having to trade for Carrier after they moved Kovacevic, and it really almost cost them in the beginning of the season because the decor wasn't performing super well. So I wouldn't repeat that mistake. I would make sure that you have a little bit of certainty at the center position, especially in the bottom six, so that if there's a surprise and Beck is ready, then you're good to go. But I don't know how we've been debating this all year, Coach. I don't know. Do you think Montreal would take a big step back if Montreal were not to acquire any centers this summer? How do you think what would be the prospects for Montreal's next season if they go in with the forward core that they have right now, even with the upgrade on it with Dobson?
Yeah. Um, I think if it's the case, they still have a good team overall. It's a team they go to fight with Columbus, Islanders, Boston, Buffalo, not Buffalo, Detroit. So I think it would be an opportunity for them. It would be harder next season if they don't have a second center. But think about just this, Marco. Automotor, I'm not better today with Demidov and Thompson in the lineup.
Okay, well, this is what I was saying before, Coach. Yes, but if you don't have Dvorak, if you're like I was saying, penalty kill was so important to their success last year, right? So they might be a little bit better offensively 5-on-5, but they might be worse 5-on-5 defensively. And they might, even if they can't afford to be even 3% worse than they were on PK, because I think, like I said, that could be the small difference winning or losing a game there, which is a huge difference in terms of whether you're going to make the playoffs. So offensively, they're going to be better, but I'd be concerned, like not having a veteran center playing the penalty kill and playing especially for those defensive zone draws, because what's going to happen? There's going to be a trickle down effect. That St. Louis is going to feel the pressure to have to put Suzuki out in a defensive zone faceoff, which was the big change, by the way, last year, Coach. Like a lot of people wonder why Suzuki was way more productive. Two things that people don't talk about very much. A, his time on ice per game went down about a minute and a half. So to me, I think they do a lot of work with the analytics, and they found the sweet spot of how many minutes Suzuki should play so he can be optimally productive. Right, that's
I
the
think he
one
played
thing.
about 45 minutes this year.
Well, he played about a minute less per
How
game
about
than he
on
did.
the PK all year long? It was about 40
Yeah,
to
yeah,
50 minutes
yeah,
all year
yeah.
long this
Agree.
season. Sometimes you have no
Yeah,
choice to use him, but I can
yeah.
understand your point of view about that. That would be an additional.
Yeah. And
This
just
is,
not just PK, but not just PK, coach, defensive zone draws too, right? So if you look at the big difference from other years, Suzuki didn't have to start in the defensive zone. They started him in the offensive zone a lot more. If you don't have a dependable guy taking faceoffs that you trust doing that, then that's going to be who did Chicago take care?
yeah.
Or they're just celebrating something? I don't know what's going on.
Nestrezil.
What are they? Oh, okay. Good, good. It's a good pick. Not in attendance. Did you
Big
see the thing
body.
about Brady Martin? Did you see the thing about Brady Martin that he wasn't at the draft because he was doing all of his farm chores?
Yeah.
They were showing like videos of him like milking cows and shoveling shit and whatever that you do at the farm. He's a hard worker. You can tell. You can definitely tell Brady Martin where he gets his work ethic from, working at the farm.
Thinking about losing all of our great PK time at Devarak Amia and NMN York. Yeah.
So Billy, just so you know, like so, yeah, most people have been complaining about Dvorak, but if you follow this channel, I'm not saying I'm a huge Dvorak fan, but I definitely recognize that without having that kind of player in their lineup, that it's going to have an impact, right? So, um, I challenge you, like, okay, so like I've been talking about since last summer, if it's not going to be Dvorak, who as a free agent that's a left-handed bottom six center is a better solution than Dvorak on the open market that Montreal can sign for within that price range that can win faceoffs, kill penalties, still can get you somewhere around 40 points, and that has scored 20 goals in the NHL before. So I'm open to suggestions, but if you look at kind of what's available, so again, I'm not saying I'm a huge Dvorak fan or that he's a core piece, but these are important. Like these support pieces are important if the team is going to be successful. And I I don't think it's one of those where you're better just by subtracting. Sometimes you're just better by losing someone, and you can have a better solution kind of come in. But sometimes that's not the case.
You're right about that. A couple of comments in the chat. Beck can replace Devarak Eric.
Well, Eric, you know that would be nice. And like I was saying before, that's what you hope, right? But you want Beck to come in and win a spot in the lineup. What if Beck isn't able to do it? Like, what if he's just not able to perform on the PK, just not really being able to kind of perform 5-on-5? Again, if you're willing to kind of live with that next year and have that growing pain, then that's cool. Like you just have to be ready to kind of live with that potential risk versus having somebody with a little bit of more experience that like a Dvorak or somebody else that you can find, and then let Beck win that spot. Then it's like I said with the Kovacevic thing, right? Like before you trade away or let Kovacevic walk, you make sure that whoever you thought was going to be able to take that spot, let them prove it out. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So Eric, it sounds like you're willing to take that chance. It depends if the management team feels the same way, or if they would prefer to do that. Roger thinks that Florian is even better than him. Listen, like Florian Jaka, I think he had a really strong season in the AHL this year and progressed a lot faster than a lot of people thought. But he's yet to play one game in the NHL, guys. So yeah, like Eric, like obviously Dvorak wasn't a consistent player, but this is a player that you're getting for your fourth line. He's pretty consistent playing good 200-foot hockey, maybe not a consistent point producer. But again, I'm open to other suggestions. So who do we have here, Coach? Somebody from the U.
Ricky Lee, Ricker Lee, whatever his last first name.
Oh, that's a little bit early for him. Eh? Like Lee. So I guess in this tier, Coach, we're going to see like different teams are going to have lists that are all over the place, right? Like players are rated from 25 to 40, even 45. It's going to be all over the place. Like it's going to be pretty hard to predict who goes where based on kind of what you've seen so far, coaches. Like and Montreal for tomorrow, they're scheduled at 41, and that's where again
49.
41 and 49. So who do you see them targeting? Is anything changed on what's happened so far in the first round here, based on who you think Montreal is going to be targeting tomorrow?
Um, I think at 41, you're going to have a lot more players expect to not be there. Look like that way. I think for me, they're looking for big body. Um, Many teams are looking for big body. If you look about the how the players get out, I'm surprised Lekovic is still there. He's not there. He's
Wow,
still on the
holy shit, I
board.
forgot. That's crazy. I've totally forgot. How did I forget about that guy? Wow. If you're Montreal, would you make a push here to try to jump up and like like would you trade your two first round picks to jump in here and
Oh
pick up
yeah.
Blakovich?
Maybe no, maybe not.
No?
But I would trade um, maybe a prospect for that pick, like um,
Would you do say 41 and like I don't know, like Harris
yeah.
or something like that? Or
It's just like
Meshar?
a team will not accept 31, 32 for 41 if they don't get something else in return. Um,
Yeah, like if you jump in now, if you trade your 41 and like a Mashar or a Harris, or somebody like
I think
that,
will not be
somebody
enough for them. They will have to get a 79 pick, example, a third one pick also.
sure.
But yeah, a lot of people talk about Devorak every time that guy. So we tell you one thing like, and I said this in the chat, Marco. You cannot start the season with four right shooter center. For me, it's not
Agree.
make sense at all.
No.
Whenever it's not
And
Dvorak, it could be anybody else, guys. We cannot start. And Kapanen, Beck, are right shoulder. So it's not going to help
yeah,
the Montreal Canadiens also with that part of there. And that's the biggest problem they have after that. They can use New Hook.
you
Worst
can't win
case,
faceoffs though.
you know what I mean?
But you
Like
can't win.
it's yeah, yeah, I understand that, but it's not a perfect scenario. He's not playing on the PK right now. Yeah.
Well, I
Um,
think I think New Hook. We talked about this, coach. Like I think similar to what they did with Anderson, I think would be really now
yeah.
if because Armia is not going to be there, right? So to me, New Hook on the wing on the PK would be a great way to give him a job, give him some responsibility and all that, but not taking faceoffs. You can't win faceoffs. So again, I challenge everyone in the chat, go look at what's available in free agency for left-handed centers that have like a face-off winning percentage of 50% that are available, that are bottom six, guys that makes sense that Montreal could sign. There's not very many, and compare them to Dvorak, and just try to wipe your brain of all the previous attachments that you have. That Dvorak was sold to Montreal as a replacement for Deno. Like I know there's a lot of negative feelings attached to that, probably, but again, you just have to kind of look at it in a rational way and look at kind of what's available. Um, but Eric, like if you have Newhook as your second line center, that's a problem, right? Because he just can't win center. He just can't win faceoffs. Like he's, I think, averaging somewhere around like 44% or something like that. So there's a lot less faceoff guys that you think in the NHL that are above 50%. Like you'd be surprised, Coach. I think you did that research, eh? Like you went and checked
Yeah.
it out to go see how many teams actually have face-off guys that are over 50%, and on average, teams have only one.
It's really
More than
low.
any.
The
Yeah,
percentage is very low. How about that?
yeah, no. So it makes, but it makes a big difference, man. Like, again, winning a key face-off in your own zone late in a game, and it's not just winning the face-off, right? But just having the experience of know how to kill the last 2 minutes of a game. Like I said, guys, like if you don't have somebody that has that experience and is going to be able to come in and play that role, another thing you have to consider: are you okay with Nick Suzuki maybe having 15 points less than last year? Because he's going to be starting in the defensive zone more. He's going to be playing more minutes against tougher matchups to kill. Okay, so Washington is going to get Lankovic.
Who?
Washington, they got him.
Guess who?
Lakovic.
Lakovic?
Lakovic. Yeah,
Ah, they skipped on the Prokhorov.
yeah. Wow, that's a good pick for them. Like that. That really fits their DNA, eh, coach? Like big
Yeah.
skill. Like that's a really nice fit for them. Yeah, he's
But
probably only 2 years away from the NHL, I say.
this
In
is
the
a
first round,
pretty late pick for Lakovic. Honestly, I never
yeah,
thought he's going to be out top
yeah,
20. And now, not top 25, is like
yeah,
27.
that's a good value for them for sure. Here's a quick question for you, coach. Like in this first round, which player do you think is the most NHL ready? Looking at all these players that you have here on your board, which is your top three players that are the closest to the NHL?
Scheffer.
Okay.
Uh, I'll be honest with you. Fondell could be really interesting case on that one.
Yep.
In my opinion, I have
For me,
Lekovic,
it would be,
guys. I have Lekovic at the position of the Montreal Canadiens.
yeah. For me, coach, my top three is similar to yours. I would say Frondel, Schaefer, and Martone would be the closest to playing in
Yeah,
the NHL.
good point about Martin too. Um, yeah, I think Jim again is 1 year from NHL.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Well, hey, Devin wasn't too far off with his Braden Coots prediction. He was just one pick off Braden Coots. Like he went at 15 instead of 16, so that was pretty close. I guess at some point, coach, he'll do the comparison to how we did in our mock. There's certain, I had Caden Aitchison going to Anaheim instead of McQueen. That was to me was between McQueen and Aitchison that I was going to pick. But can you believe that Anaheim ended up getting McQueen? Like how stacked is Anaheim now? Jeez,
Yeah,
man,
I'm
it's
going to show
crazy.
Marco my draft mock. Um, this happening today, I believe,
Yeah, I saw your video.
and you can see guy Eklam at number 10. Um,
Yeah,
it's like I was right with Jackson Smith, like a little bit late in the pick. Lakovic, I think was going to be there. Ansler, um, Coates, Reed, not too bad. Fiddler is not on yet. Spence is not there
no,
yet.
no,
I
Spence.
was late a bit
I'm
with
surprised.
Richley. Castron is not there yet. Ravensbergen is not there. Prokhorov is not there. I have Kendall,
Potter,
Potter, Zoner was there.
Kindle,
It's just
Kindle,
the
Kindle, Kindle. Like that was a crazy. Like I still can't believe Pittsburgh took him at 11.
yeah.
Brewstowitz.
What's the
So,
width?
so same
Oh,
question, coach. Like, if you're Montreal, how much do you think Malcolm Spence would be a good fit with the Montreal Canadiens? Like, I don't think he's going to drop to 41. Do you think Malcolm Spence would be a
no.
player that would be worth for Montreal trading up to?
Uh, I don't think so. I think Anthony have a good question about Zarkovsky. I think that's a good pick at 41. I think he will be there. I don't see him get early about that. I don't know about Jack Murdoch. Um, yeah, William
Good player.
Moore um, on that side. What happening, Marco, is like the big guy get out. The big guys,
Yeah,
like
there's
if you're big, you get out. Like
Mason West. Mason West will probably be there
I think
at
Mr. West will be
41.
out. Maybe tonight.
I doubt it. I think he'll be there for 41.
Ah, no. I think we'll be out.
Carter Carter, do you think Carter Amico is going to be there for 41 for Montreal?
49.
You would take Amico at 49. I
Yeah.
think he's going to be gone before that. To me, if I'm at 41, I'm either taking if I really like Spence. So if for some reason Spence is still there, I would for sure take him. But I would probably go Mason West or Amico. That would be my two that I'd go for. I think 49. Why wait? Just go for the size that you want.
Pizza, welcome back in the house. And the question is already out, Pizza, at 9:30 tonight. I select that question about what you think about the trade for Thompson. So you can get
What was
that
his
answer
question?
about that. You have a good
Oh,
selection there.
yeah.
Mason West and Zarkowski could be a very good pick, I believe, for the Montreal Canadiens.
All right, Winnipeg Jets are at the podium right now. Eric Comrie is making the pick. I don't know why they would have Eric Comrie, their backup goalie, as their special guest, but
I don't know. Because
that's a
what
weird
maybe
choice.
an elite.
Maybe
He looked like Jim Kelly,
Boumediene.
no?
Yeah, Boumediene to the Winnipeg Jets. Good pick. Pizza, you think Montreal overpaid for Dobson? Really? So if you had to, yesterday, Pizza, if you were, or when we did our mock draft, Pizza, I don't know if you were there with us, but if we did the mock draft and I told you, okay, Montreal could either draft Aitchison and Eklund or get Dobson for under 10 million for 8 years, you would have chosen Eklund and Aitchison. Curious to hear why you think how that benefits Montreal's window, but for me, I'm happy with that trade off. I think it puts Montreal in a very good position. I don't think it's an overpay. I think it's a good trade for both teams. I think Islanders ended up like, even though probably Matthew Darch really probably tried to move ahead to get Hagens at that spot and wasn't successful ultimately, but it worked out pretty well for the Islanders. They definitely got some decent assets with 16 and 17, and Montreal got exactly what they needed, which is and we'll double click on Dobson a bit more, guys. We understand Dobson is not a perfect hockey player. He's not perfect, but he is going to dramatically alter the complexion of the Montreal blue line quite a bit. Right, it definitely positions Montreal in a huge way. But I'm curious, Pizza. So Pizza, the two picks I'm fine with. I'm just not trading Heineman. Well, listen, like we all like Heineman, but you have to give to get, right? Like Heineman, I think is he had before he got hit by a car, and let's not forget he got hit by a freaking car last year. He had a really strong start. You remember, Coach, in our post mortem that we did for the season, it's hard not to credit that fourth line, Evans, Armia, and Heineman, for a really big assist for Montreal making the playoffs last year, right? Like there was a period of about 10, 15 games where they were arguably, Montreal's top line. Like they were playing almost like a second line. And Heineman was a huge part of that. But listen, it's a trade off, right? Like I think it's a lot easier to replace Heineman in that kind of role. You have players like Jack Eye Tuck, and potentially even who's the guy that they just signed that we really like, that Thorpe. They have Thorpe, who's is a kind of like bigger guy that's probably going to play in your. So I think it's easier to replace Heineman than getting a top four right-handed defenseman, right? So listen, like you have to give to get. What's interesting to me is apparently they did provide the option for the Islanders a choice between Beck and Heineman, and the Islanders chose Heineman, which does give you a sense of Beck's value across the league, right? Like, coach, would if we kind of did a poll like a week ago, do you think the majority of people would have thought that Beck was a more valuable asset than Heineman? I definitely would have thought so. And maybe he is in certain with certain organizations, but for the Islanders, they chose Heineman over Beck in the Dobson trade, which is
Well,
interesting.
maybe Beck was not available, Marco.
No, apparently there is a report that in the offer, Darsh had the option between choosing between Heineman or Beck as part of the trade package, and he chose Heineman.
Yeah, I would be the reason behind that because he's already established in NHL. Beck is not ready yet, so I think that's the reason
Maybe,
behind that. Over that, but
maybe,
again, we talk about guys, four line players where you can
yeah.
find. Example: do you take Tano Janat over Eminem? Eminem?
I wouldn't personally, no.
Me, I would take him right away. He bring physicality. He bring a big body. He bring a force checking in your zone. He make exactly what the Florida the Kadovic situation with that. AJ Greer. That's what you're looking for the four or the four line. If you want to go to the playoff, the Janat will
I
helping you more in the playoff at Emin and Emin.
see. I just to me, I I get what you're saying. I'm not a huge like. I think Janot is a lot more undisciplined than that. Like another important piece of the fourth line is you want them to be physical, but they need to stay out of the box, and they need enough skating. The problem with Janot, what's changed, is that his skating hasn't been as good the last couple of years because he's had a couple of injuries, and it's affected some of his skating. And that's why I like Heineman, because before he got hit by a car, he can like to me the important part, like the only way you can be physical and have an impact in the game is if you can get there, right? If you can skate. And that's why to me I like Heineman a bit more than Janot. Janot, like from 4 years ago when he was still moving around, I agree, right? So I think we are saying the same thing. But to me, Heineman is a very, very good prototypical fourth line player. Like I don't think he's ever gonna maybe make it up to a third line, but I think he has a good motor. He skates really well. He can be physical, and he does have a really good shot. He just doesn't find open ice consistently enough to get open to play in a top six. He's had a lot of opportunities to play higher up in the lineup, and he just never really kind of was able to demonstrate that he can take advantage of those positions playing with really skilled players. So I don't see the upside with Heineman, playing that high in the lineup. But I think he can be a very, very effective fourth line player, and he seems to accept that role pretty well. But you have to feel bad for that kid. Like I think from what I heard, he was pretty disappointed when he heard about the trade too. So it
Yeah,
shows that he really liked playing for Montreal, and it shows that they have a pretty good vibe going in the dressing room. That it wouldn't be super fun for him to leave. Um, I'm sure Armia is going to be sad. It sounded like he really wanted to stay. I think Gordon. By the way, Coach, did you have a chance to comment on Jeff Gordon's comments? Like he had a scrum, I guess, yesterday. There were some interesting things that came out of there. We could talk about that a little bit, I guess, too. Like, it sounds as though obviously they're still very active, and we saw that they were still active, basically, from what we're hearing with Dobson. But Jeff Gordon was pretty clear that they don't feel forced to do anything. They're really concerned about not making any big mistakes, signing somebody that isn't going to like to me. For example, the big trap they could have fell in last year was Marchessault, right? Very smart. Sometimes the best signing is the one that you don't do. I think that was a very smart move of Montreal not to sign Marchessault and go with even though Line has a higher cap hit. They're able to wiggle out of it after this year. So I think that was interesting comments from Jeff Gordon. Other than that, like Jeff Gordon seems like a really fun guy that you'd love to have a beer with. I always like when I wish we can get to hear from him a bit more often. But yeah, it was kind of cool to see that. I wonder, are we going to hear from Kent Hughes, coach, after the draft is over today? Because it's like 11 o'clock now. So you wonder if Montreal is still going to be able to do a press conference. Like this is like,
Usually
it's pretty weird that
they do one the Monday.
yeah, but don't you find it weird? Like the Dobson trade is a pretty big deal, right? That's a huge trade. It's weird that Montreal hasn't come out
Because
and
it
talked
was
about it yet.
protected by NHL tonight to announce it,
Yeah,
so they cannot do anything
yeah,
about that. I think they will do
yeah,
a review, or they will wait for the UF3 get out July 1st. Then they will go all the way there next week.
maybe, yeah.
So they don't want
But
to
I'm
go
looking forward
back to
to
back, back to back.
yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing from Dobson. It sounds like he's pretty excited. Um, there's some pretty cool things that were floating around Twitter. Some of his interviews when he was the year he got drafted, which was, I think, the same draft as KK, right? That was the year of the KK draft, I think, Dobson. Um, but yeah, like there's some pretty interesting interviews where he talked about what it would be like to play in Montreal, because some people were thinking maybe Montreal would have picked him with the fifth overall pick. Um, sorry, Mark, who was on earlier? You're saying Kent Hughes. Was Kent Hughes on TVA earlier? Maybe I missed that. I didn't see it. Did he do an interview with TVA, Mark? If so, let us know in the chat, kind of if he what he talked about. I'd be curious to go find that online.
Thompson did, GF.
Oh, Dobson already did an interview. Okay, I haven't seen it anywhere on Twitter, so I have not seen that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Canada Hurricane.
Tom Dundon, what a freak! Oh, trade alert! Trade alert! Where's your special sound effect, coach, for breaking news when there's a trade alert?
You have a Twitter alert?
Yeah.
I don't know
Okay.
yet. Sorry.
Carolina trades 29th overall pick to the Blackhawks for 34 and 62. So Chicago climbs into the first round again. So they move like an early second round pick to jump in here.
Who will be the selection?
Yeah, who is Chicago jumping up for here? Maybe it's Malcolm Spence. Like it's still surprised Malcolm Spence is there.
Winnipeg
Yeah,
just
to
select who,
me,
by the way?
Winnipeg, they got was it Riker Lee?
No, it was Nashville. After Lakovic, I did not follow.
I think I missed that maybe. Winnipeg.
Boumediene.
Boumediene, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Prokhorov could be a good one there.
Maybe.
Castrin or Break.
If you're Chicago, I still think you're looking for some size, some compete here. They're still pretty smallish kind of group. So I don't know. To
Thank
me,
you, Yamo.
Malcolm Spence makes a lot of sense here for me, just because of the kind of. Why do you think Malcolm Spence has dropped so much, Coach? Like the guy, is still, I think, has potential to be a really solid third line player, but that brings a lot of character and pace to your team, right? So to me, this is the ideal spot for a guy like that, especially for a team like Chicago.
Yeah.
Van Van Sagi might be a good pick here from Michigan.
Now,
Six
can
foot
you go with
two.
a goaltender?
Chicago, no, you got Knight there, right? So I don't know if you'd be swinging
But they
for.
don't have anything else after that.
No, I know, but I don't know. Maybe like I don't know if I would be wasting a pick this early. There's the Chicago pick later here. Well, I guess they just traded their. They traded 34. Yeah, they don't have any more picks after. So the next pick after that, well, they have at 66 is Chicago after. So they might still
Um,
be able to get a goalie later.
because Ravensburger, it was supposed to be a first round pick, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I wouldn't be shocked they go there, but I think for me, uh, Paul Korab could be in a good one there.
Maybe.
Zanon is out, Wendy.
Randy, let us know how your
Oh,
mock draft
Mason West.
is looking.
Mason
Oh,
West.
yeah. There you go. I was wrong. You were right. I was wrong. But that you were right, coach. Like we were both right. Like I talked about how Chicago needed size. I
Yep.
didn't know he was going to go this high. Man, like that's a missed opportunity for Montreal. I think that's too bad. I don't know what are you liking from Montreal now, coach? Like, so you're still liking hey, one player that we haven't talked too much about is Ryabkin is still there too, right?
Who?
Ryabkin.
Yeah, I don't see him in the first round. It'd be more a second round. I never thought he would be in the first round. I'll be shocked. What is surprised me is Blake Fiddler is still on the board. Um, Spence, like you mentioned early, is still on the board. Uh,
Yep.
Castrin, every 90% all the expert on scouting put Castrin on the first round pick on the first round.
Yeah. Limitov is still there. 6'4". I think in our mock draft we had him going in the late in the first. It wasn't me that picked him, but I think he was there in our mock.
Yeah. Um, that's really impressed. That's really surprised me. Might not surprise me, but Chicago jumping to get him. That's pretty good deal for the Chicago.
Yeah.
Look, the kid is 6'6", right? Play
Yeah.
football, play hockey. So he's still young, right? It's a young, I believe
That's a
is a
project.
yeah, but he's
He's
still
a pro-
2007, I believe he is Mason West. Maybe I can go here.
Mason Weth is August 3rd, 2007.
I'm sorry.
He's
Yeah,
August 3rd,
that's what.
2007.
Yes, he's really really young man. He's 1 month before
Yeah.
he cannot be on the NHL draft, right? So
Yeah.
um,
I haven't watched many of his highlights, but I'm watching what they're showing right now on Sportsnet.
yeah,
Not the best skater. He looks pretty clumsy out there.
yeah.
Who is the guy that Boston drafted, the really tall guy last year? Letourneau? Letourneau?
Letourneau, Dean
Yeah.
Letourneau,
He had a terrible season in the
NCA.
he had a really really hard season. He didn't score one goal at all.
He should not play NCA last year. He should see.
Yeah. So sometimes these projects, they're showing some of his football highlights too.
Yeah. But I think for what the football will helping him is the decision making on the ice, right?
Yeah.
He will not be afraid. If that's the one thing you need to learn more in the hockey is to use more his body. But again, it's going to be 3-4 years. This is
Huge project. Yeah.
A you project a chance, right? An home run if he can turn around to be good. But we'll see what happening there for sure.
Coach,
But
what do you know about Cole McKinney from the U.S. the development program?
Cole what? Potter?
McKinney, Cole McKinney, center from the U.S. National Development Program. There's a couple lists that I see that have him at 41,
For
which
the
is where
yeah,
Montreal's.
uh, I think it was a bit more 45 to 55. I believe for Bob McKenzie, I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Um,
he's a point per game player with the U.S. National Development Program. 6 foot, 200 pounds. He's March birthday in 2007, so right on the average. Um, I have to look into him. I didn't really look into him that much. But do you know a lot about him or no? Cole McKinney.
I don't have it in front of me right now.
I'm just looking at whatever centers. Nestersil. So I remember the point that Devin made in our mock draft, right? Like I'm all for size, right? But there has to be enough upside there as well, right? Like I don't know much about Nestersil.
The people that San Jose are tired right now.
Oh man, too much. You know what I don't like about this format is too much Gary Bettman. Way too much Gary Bettman.
Yeah. I don't like that. Like I said at the beginning, I don't like that
Yeah,
pick. As she's back again, the
like
wrestler,
a wrestler. Yeah.
yeah, she could kick Bill Batman. They take the goalie.
Oh, there goes Ravensbergen
Yeah,
to San Jose. Interesting, right? Even with a scare off.
yeah.
Wow. Good for them. Like coach, would you agree that like I've heard a lot of people talk about this is probably one of the deeper goalie drafts in the last couple of years. There's probably like 4 to 5 potential starting goalies in this draft. Um, if you're Montreal, like it's good practice, right? Like teams should at least pick one goaler
I
per
think they would
draft.
take
So
one at the third round when they get 39, 81, 82.
yeah,
That would be my suggestion about that one.
yeah. A2, I think that would be pretty entertaining to watch this wrestler pile drive Gary Bettman. I'm not sure that would be very good for his Parkinson's that he has. But Gary
Yeah.
Bettman does look a little bit better today. Like in the last like maybe 5 times I saw him, he looked really shaky, but he looks a bit better today for an older gentleman. Coach, did
It's
you have a
six
chance
five,
to
right?
really kind of yeah? Did
Is
you
it
have a chance to really
the new thing to wearing no socks or whatever it is with short pants?
yeah, that's a big thing now. Did you have a chance to see any of the details of the new CBA? Have you guys talked about that a lot today?
I talked yesterday at the show. 84 game, the long term injury reserve. Um, on that one, the dress
There's some
code. I don't know if they was involved today or not. I
yeah,
didn't read the dress code.
yeah.
And then you have another things. I miss 84 game, the long term reserve, or the contract at 8 year to 7 years, 7 year to 6 year. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a couple things that came out tonight too. One of them is that I don't have all the details, but they're changing the rules around salary retention,
Yeah,
where
that's another one.
so it's going to make it a lot harder for teams that are rebuilding to weaponize their cap space. And retain, like, be a third party in a trade and retain, like, kind of like what Montreal did a couple times. I think it was like that's how they got UL Armia a couple years ago by
Bonino.
retaining on Mason. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I don't know why they like. There's certain things I get right, but uh, wow, oh my coach, this guy Ravensbergen, it looks like he's wearing lipstick. Is he wearing lipstick?
I don't
Look
know.
how
I
red
didn't
his
see.
lips are.
I'm watching on the. He's
Wait, he's giving an interview on Sportsnet. It looks like he's wearing red lipstick. Let me know in the chat if you're watching this interview
mandatory
with
neck
Raven.
guard as well. Player entering and second
Yeah,
year.
yeah, similar to the visor rule. So if you have at least 4 games played, I think, after the 26th season, you'll be grandfathered in. But then after that, it's going to be mandatory for the neck guards as well. Yeah, good point there, JFed. If anybody's watching this interview, it's very distracting. I'm pretty sure this young goaltender is wearing red lipstick in his interview, but I don't know, it might just be me. Maybe he called me old fashioned. Maybe they changed that in the dress code as well. You don't need to wear a suit, but you can wear mascara and rouge. I don't know.
Yeah, his lip is really red.
Yeah. So I saw that Michael was in the chat earlier, coach. Like, that's pretty interesting that his silver tips guy ended up getting drafted. Carter Berg gets drafted by his
Detroit Red
favorite
Wings.
teams. Yeah. You like that move for Detroit? I think it's good.
Oh yeah, it was a
Good
good
pick.
move. That's why I don't understand Pittsburgh moving up and moving down.
Yeah.
Think about this, Marco. They have Kendall, right? Where I'm still questionable mark on that one, right? And then
Nez- Ben-
they could get out of this guys with Eklund or Bear, or they can get out with Edchinson and Bear if you want to go, or Eklund. And they now go with Kendall or Croft. Like, think about this. Like, for me, I listen.
Wasted
Kendall, I
opportunity.
don't want to be negative about Kendall, right?
He's a good player.
98
Like,
point, 99
Chippy-
point that season. Good hockey player, right? But the jumping at 11, it's stretching for me. He stretched the band really wide to
yeah.
get there.
It's a wasted opportunity for sure. And were you a little surprised to see Utah take Caleb Dinwiddie?
No,
I thought he might have. No? Okay.
no. Um, for me, it's a good pick there. I was just surprised for Brady Martin. We said to you when I read everything today, it was top 5. I didn't put on my mock draft; it was already gone. But I was expect me Martin to be a top 5 over there. Um, Boston took James Higgins. That's maybe one surprise for me there.
Yeah.
The style how they play, the Boston, it's maybe not that same level. I was expect maybe to get O'Brien or maybe McQueen.
Yeah. I still can't believe Anaheim has McQueen after getting Seneca last year. There's Brustowitz to LA last pick of the first round.
Here we go. Bruzewitz,
Yeah. Yeah.
the brother of Calgary Flame. I don't know. I don't know his first name.
Brustowitz, his first name, but that plays for Calgary right now. I'm not sure.
No, I said Henry. Yeah, but his brother played. Randy is in the chat. Could tell me he was straight um, from LA, I believe, for the Los Angeles Kings, right? Or Vancouver. I think it's Vancouver for Lane Home. I apologize. Vancouver for Lane Home. His brother.
So, Coach, based on my own list here, really the only 3 guys that I thought would go in the first round that are still there would be Gastrin, Potter, Murtaugh, and Spence.
On the last
And
one,
so sorry. Here's the ones that I'm surprised didn't make it out of the first round: Van Sagi, Gastrin, Potter, Murtaugh, and Spence.
yeah, I would say to spend a Castrin is really my 2 pick where I was expect them to be in the first round.
You didn't think Murtaugh, eh? Like,
No,
I saw
Murtaugh
him.
is more like Murtaugh is going to be in the Montreal area.
That might be a good risk to take. Like,
40 to 50. I wouldn't be surprised to see him there, Marco.
I've seen him as high as like 25 on some lists, though. So, Coach, now that we've seen all the picks, who do you think? Who's your big winner in the first round?
Islanders,
Okay.
no doubt in my mind. Islanders are. Yeah, I understand. You have three, three pick, right? I understand that, but look, at the end of the day, Marco, they got Hanneman, Sheffer, Eklam, and they got Etchinson. Eklam, Eklam, and Atchison should be a top 12, top 13. So I think
Mm.
to be at 16, 17 to get two name, they was not expect that at the beginning of the day for them. So I think Islanders for me is really the winner of the day number one. Nashville get out with Martin, Cameron Reed,
Yeah.
and Lee. It's not bad at all for they get a defenseman can skate very well. I like that selection. I don't know if you agree with me about Nashville.
Yeah. Yeah. To
Um,
me, the biggest losers have to be Pittsburgh.
Look, Chicago get Mason West, Nestrazil, and Frondel.
That's very good.
That's that's pretty good if you think about that. Philadelphia get
Yeah.
Martin, Nesbitt, and they trade their pick after that. I apologize, I'm not follow up everything on my board right now, but
Yeah. No, they liquidated their 30 number 30 pick for to move up, right, to get Nesbitt.
why?
For me, the biggest loser would be Pittsburgh. What's the biggest steal of the first round, Coach? In your opinion, is it? I bet you're going to say Eklund.
Yeah, at 16, Eglum is one of them. Um,
Lakovic, though. Lakovic for Washington is a pretty big
Lakovic
steal.
is my number two there. Um, about
Carbonneau
that.
dropping that much? Carbonneau dropping.
Um,
He dropped down a little bit further than I thought.
I don't know where's Augsburg. I'm looking for the defenseman. I apologize. No, he's not there anymore. I have to change it. Um, I think you're right about Pittsburgh. It's really the losing of that day.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like what Pittsburgh did at all.
I don't like the
Uh,
Kendall there. They're definitely right there for sure.
no. Yeah. And Pittsburgh, like to me, is like it's like I think Philadelphia made the right moves, but I just don't love the Nesbitt pick. I think they could have, like, if you could have gotten out of that draft with Martone and Coots instead of Nesbitt.
You can Philadelphia can get Martin and Eglon if you want to, or you can get Hutchinson or Jacob Smith if you want to get it, or worst case, Carter Bear.
Yeah, but you know that Philadelphia really, really needs depth at center, right? So
Big
you knew
body. They
that's why.
need big body also.
Yeah, but especially center coach. Like to me, I'm shocked that they didn't go with Roger McQueen, um, instead of Martone. Like Martone definitely is the safer pick, but based on kind of what Philly needs, which is centers, because I don't think Zegras is going to play center there. They might try him there, but I don't think he's a long term solution at center. So to me, I think I still would have taken a chance on, based on who was available to them right then. I would have, I would have either went with McQueen or traded down to take Coots and then get like or something else, right? But I like Martone there, but then I just don't like Nesbitt. I just don't believe, like, I like his size and I like his grit. Like he definitely goes to the net. I just don't think that his hockey IQ and his hands, like his stick handling and everything, and his vision is going to be there. Like I view him as kind of like a Mike McCarron kind of guy. Um, I don't see him progressing at all. Potter, there you go. Potter made it
Yep,
up. Very good.
he was on the draft on the board also. So
Yeah.
that's a good one. Um,
Yeah, it's good. 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 Calgary, decent round for Calgary.
they got
Small,
Resney.
though, right? Yeah, small though.
Yeah,
Oh, they're not a small team. Like, Perek is not an overly big guy too, right? Like, and they have,
Zari.
yeah, like yeah, Zeri's not that big. Who's that other right hand shot there that they brought up this year? The Italian sounding name. I always forget his name. Adam
Coronado.
Carnado. He's not very big. Like, it's kind of a smallish team over there in Calgary.
Colorado. Colorado. Um, I don't know what he's doing right now. Not Colorado. Coronado play with Farrell.
Yeah, yeah. So, coach. So we went through the basic questions. So, who's the winner? Who's the loser? Who's the biggest steal? Who's the potential for the biggest bust on our board here in the first round? Who's the potential, like, who do you not believe in that was taken, say, in the, like, in this first round?
Yeah. Um,
Overrated, bust.
I don't think it would be a boss, but I think it could be Mason West.
That's a big risk, right? But
He's understand like I don't say it's going to be like, but I think it's the way he is right now. It could be the Letourneau from last season. I'll be honest with you. On
yeah,
that, from 24 to 32. Um, on the rest, I don't see anybody. It's just like the pick he was select maybe early, like Newsbit could be another one, but not. It's just because he was picked number 11. It's just not because he's a bad player, number 12.
but yeah, but that's what, to me,
A boss
being
is the
considered
no
a
make it.
bust.
I would say Mason West. My pick is Mason West.
Okay, to
Luke
me, the
said
way I define a
McQueen.
bust, yeah, like those are risks, right? Like, Mason West is definitely a project. McQueen is a risk because, like, and I was listening to the Sportsnet broadcast, and they're talking about how probably half the teams looked at McQueen's medical records and decided there's no way in hell that they would touch this guy. And the other half were like, no, we're satisfied. And if he comes to us, we're picking him, which is very similar to what we kind of heard about Lidstrom last year, right? Like, some people looked at the medical records and were not convinced, and some of the teams weren't. So, obviously Anaheim were pretty confident in taking him. Again, I coach, like, I find Anaheim absolutely frightening as an organization. Like, they have so much size, so much skill. I know Montreal's pipeline was rated number one, but would you agree Anaheim probably has the best? In my opinion, if I had to grade all of the prospect pipelines, I'm choosing Anaheim's over Montreal. What would you think?
Yeah, I think if you look about the closest close to Montreal Canadiens, you have Anaheim, Utah, San Jose right now are in a great position for the rebuilding team.
Columbus too, not bad.
Columbus is also though, but I think Columbus was a bit more early because they got Goodrow and they
Yeah,
got what I mean, like they was not the same style, but flat. I think Anaheim is really the best for me. Um, First of all, they are fun to watch. First of all, the Anaheim Ducks, and
yeah.
then San Jose guys going to be another team to watch next season with all the players over there. There, I just want to give you guys Bob McKenzie, guys. It was right. It was only Sheffer Misa.
Everything else was wrong.
Yes.
Wow.
He got Boston with Higgins. He put
Yeah,
Eglon at the top 10. Yeah, it's yeah. But I would
it's a
tell you
very
what
hard.
is not there, Marco, from him.
Okay.
Um, Spence, Castrin, Fiddler, and Nilsson there. So you talk about four players there. So 33, 34, 35, 36. So he's missing about 5 pick after that, right? 37, 38, 39, 40, 45, 41 pick, Marco, after that to pick up
Yeah,
Montreal Canadiens. And that list, um, Prokhorov, I think it would be one out. Um, After that, he put the name by letters. I don't like it. After that, he don't give me. Prokhorov is another one there. Moore will be another one there. That's two. I'm missing three. Murdoch, it could be one of them. Um, Try to find another
that's
forward.
pretty. That's pretty much. There's Van Sagi. Van Sagi, maybe
Yeah.
from Michigan.
Let me let me check something, guys, if you don't mind. Um, Here we go. I'll be helping you guys, Marco, on that one. Oh,
And Frank,
Wozniak.
Frank
Wozniak, Marco.
Wozniak. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Frank, I
McKinney
think.
is about that name or that at the same level. Um, Vince Sagi could be one. They talk about run back.
Run back.
He's a left defenseman, so I skipped that one over there. Um,
Hmm. That's I have him like in the 50s. That guy.
yeah. Um, Zakowski, I believe Marco, Zakowski could be a good pick right there. Now, at 49, Marco, Matthew Guard, Jack Murtaugh, it could be one there also. Ethan Zata is another one.
The second best goalie is going to be there too, right? Jack Ivankovic.
Ivan Kovic will be there, but another goaltender you have to pay attention, Marco, is Frolov from
Yeah.
Richia. He's a 6'3
Yeah.
goaltender, play
Yeah.
in the MHL, so he's a goaltender. You have to be careful about that one over there. But at 49, he's
Andreanov.
on that area right there. The problem with Evan Kovic
Andreanov.
is only 6 foot, right?
Yeah, Andreanov. Is that who you mean?
No, Frolov.
Oh, okay. There's also
Demian Frolov,
Andreanov.
yeah, and Andrianov Gav, he was out at the first round pick.
Oh, is that who Columbus took?
Yeah,
Andreanov
yeah,
from the MHL. Okay,
yeah,
so I
yeah,
missed
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Shit, man! Holy shit, he went
yeah,
early.
yeah, yeah.
Wow, crazy.
That's to my
So let
cousin
me let
about
me ask you
Ontario.
this: how much would you freak out if Montreal took a flyer on Ryabkin though with 41?
Tell me again.
How crazy would it be for Montreal to take a flyer on Ryabkin at 41 if he's there? This is a guy that was like rated like a top 5 prospect last year. Now, there's some reports that he did very poorly in some of his interviews at the combine again. But again, like let's say Bobrov has more information about him. He has a lot of Russian connections, so it might be I don't know, like I don't know, it might be a good risk, right? Like Montreal at this stage, coach, like maybe you take a risk on a guy like that because you need skilled centers. Like I know he's only 5'11", but he's almost 200 pounds. Like he reminds me of Nick Suzuki in terms of how he's built. Like he's not super tall, but he's thick, right? He's pretty thick. And there's no question that skill is there, but I don't know. Like, what do you think of taking a shot to somebody like Ryabkin versus like a long-term project like some of the guys we're talking about?
Yeah, you have the size, the guys. You have the size. You have a good year at the USHL. I think the coach talk somewhere. I don't know where. He said, "I don't have to complain about Rapkin here with us. I don't know what happening with MHL." He said, but he said with us, he was really good. He did not any problem with his behavior, whatever it is. But sometimes, some game, it was inconsistency. So it was, But I think Um, you want to take a chance? I would set 49. A guy you plug could be late second round pick, Marco.
So Nicholas is saying he's on his do not draft list. I'm curious, Nicholas, like what have you like maybe let us know what are some of the things that we're missing? You know, obviously we've heard that like some of the stuff that coaches just said. Again, his interviews weren't very good at the combine, but curious, Nicholas, if you can let us know what you know about him that would make Montreal maybe skip him. And again, we're just kind of thinking, you know, Bobroff might have more information. I always think too that it wouldn't be a terrible thing for Debinoff to have a compatriot, you know, in the system. Like Montreal does not have any Russian presence other than Bobroff. That does concern me a little bit. Like I think it's great that Demidov is staying in Montreal. You know, kind of getting to know Western culture and everything else. But I think it's just nice to have a countryman or you know somebody that you can kind of relate to a little bit more. But sometimes that can be very bad. If Ryabkin is a bad apple, then. But I'm curious, Nicholas, if you can let us know if you have any good intel there. But just a thought, like at this point in Montreal's
No, it's
process,
not Marco. It's not a bad idea at all,
yeah,
Redkin. But I would not be surprised he's still there late in the draft.
no,
But
no,
this been guys a while, and I said this all week on every time I was talking about initial draft. I said this year is going to be a wild chaos initial draft, and it's happening.
oh yeah,
It's rare what we said tonight. It's happened. It's really rare, guys. It never happened a lot year after year. You have maybe some team moving up sometime at the 26, 27. But tonight, guys, three selection too early, I believe, for me. Last year, I just remember maybe, is it Lenchenko? Lenchenko for the Flyers did the same thing at
yeah,
14. I believe Marco was surprised everybody with 13. But otherwise,
yeah.
it's rare. Tonight, guys, we have
Well,
great at 12.
Seneca at number 2 was a bit of a jump. Like we thought maybe he'd be in the top 10, but that was a pretty big jump too.
Yeah, it was number 3 last season for Seneki. About that
Yeah,
one. We see the vibe he was getting close, but at the end of the day, guys, um, like I said, it was really wild. It could be the same thing tomorrow morning. I think it started at 12 o'clock from what he said.
yeah, yeah. I think it's usually it's from what I remember, it's around 11 o'clock that it starts. So listen, I'm going to jump off, Coach, but I wanted to leave one more thought. I was watching. I think it was I think Jeff Merrick has. Do you ever watch the Jeff Merrick stream that he has called the Sheet? There, he has on Daily Face Off, and he has Brian Burke on every Friday, and I think it was great timing that they had Brian Burke on because we all know Brian Burke was he's famous as a GM for pulling off the big maneuvers at the draft to get both the Sedin twins and moving like making like 4 or 5 moves and everything else. So to me, it just proves how difficult it is to do that because there was some people that were comparing this year's draft to that very, very weak draft. I think that was the draft where I think it was like Stefan that got drafted first overall. Like if you look, I forget what year that was, but it was one of the weakest drafts in history, the year that the Sedins got drafted. And I think it's one of the most amazing performances by a general manager at a single draft is what Brian Burke was able to do, making like all these moves and finally being able to maneuver himself to pick the Sedin brothers back to back. Right. We all thought today we were going to see a little bit more from Matthew Darsh, being able after going and getting picks 16 and 17 from Montreal. We thought that we were going to maybe see Darsh be the first general manager to try and kind of maneuver, trading picks, like a whole bunch of different moves to try to go and get a player, right? But it shows you how hard that is to do, even in a draft where a lot of teams in the top 10 were reportedly open to trading their picks and things like that. Even in these conditions, it just shows you how rare and how remarkable of a achievement that was when Brian Burke was able to do that for the Sedin brothers. So I just thought it was interesting to look at this draft in that context, like the historical context, because it's not every year, coach, that we're going to see, like you said, a draft with this much chaos, this many teams open to doing stuff. And overall, we didn't see, it was pretty standard, right? Like we saw a couple of picks move here and there, but the most dramatic one was Pittsburgh choosing to move down. But still, like, we didn't see anybody kind of dip into the top 10 or anything like that. So it just shows, like, people say sometimes that teams are valuing their first round picks less and less, but not enough to trade them, especially in the top 10. So just an interesting thought. I don't know what you think, coach. Do you remember watching that draft when Brian Burke was able to trade for the Sedins?
Yeah, I got that story a couple of years ago from Burke about that situation. About this, he moved up. He tried, and he finally got that one over there. But he was the mastermind of that. That one
For
over there.
sure.
I just want to share with you one thing, Marco, about
Yep.
Rapkin, 5'11", 209 pounds. But you remind me the same situation last year about Trevor Connelly. You remind me the year before that, the New York Calendar select 51 overall pick, Arthur Cathy, or you know what I'm talking about. Cannot pronounce his last name, but he was traded to the Vancouver Canucks under with the Bull or
Ratty. Ratty. R2
Ratty.
Ratty. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the kind of players I. It was early in the draft, and then he get out of the first round, and then he get picked at 51. Yeah, still another one I cannot remember also. So this is the kind of player I said for Rapkin, but he look 30 point, 27 game, and 16 point and 14 playoff game. So he produced point. It's just the work
Yeah.
ethic, behavior, character, immaturity. I don't know what's the problem behind him, but that's going to happen about that. But Marco, thanks to join
If
me
Montreal, yeah,
tonight on
yeah.
that show.
If Montreal chooses not to take him, it's because they've done their homework and
Yeah.
they know a lot more, right? But yeah, interesting. So yeah, should be fun. Coach, let's stay in touch. I'm definitely going to be watching tomorrow for sure. So if something interesting happens, we'll be chatting. And are you
Or maybe
streaming
try
that
to come
tomorrow?
maybe after the pick number 49. If the Montreal select 41, 49, give us a 15-minute about the selection about that. I will stay alive
Yeah,
until me the third round pick. After that,
yeah,
I will do more I'll be more video about the rest of the pick of the Montreal Canadiens, but it will be quick by the way, but it's another 5-6 hour tomorrow. So I don't want to say at the pick number 7 for one specific player right there. But the guy will be back tomorrow around 12 o'clock when it's happening. So Marco, thanks so much to jump back here tonight. And I can wait if you're available Sunday night to do the review of the weekend, everything like that, if you can. And I will be on vacation next week, so the UFA will be pop up. I just don't like the UFA day because all the news is out by Friendman and Cervali and everything. It just pop up here, so everybody knows what's going on. Like the trade today, it's not make sense what
yeah,
the NHL did tonight. I was disagree with that situation.
yeah. Listen, this is a very exciting time of year, right? So, for everybody, like, we'll continue the conversation. Look out for updates from Coach. Continue to follow us. Don't forget to hit the notifications so that you, especially at this time of year, guys, hitting the notification bell is really important because you never know when Coach or I might want to pop up because there's something happening. So don't forget to subscribe.
The
Don't forget,
trade,
especially
Marco, the trade, the Thompson, it was 2 o'clock in the morning of 1:48, something like that. And all right, I have to go back. And
yeah,
then I did three
there
minute
you go.
video really quick, but at least I did it. I feel bad
Yeah.
if I don't
You
make
need
a
to-
big news like that to not make anything until the next day. It just don't make sense to me.
yeah. You need your own little notification bell for when you're sleeping for
Well, I
sure too.
was in
So
the chat, listen, you guys talking each other, and
yeah, you
it
should
was
use, like, if I
off.
was you, coach. If I was you, coach, I would take screenshots of things in our chat and you can share it in the show. Right, we have good conversations. For those of you who don't know, we have a group chat. Obviously we miss Entertap. Right, Entertap is still in our group chat, so we hear from him, not as much, but he'll still pop in.
It was
Today
really
he was
active yesterday, by the way.
very active, in the last 24 hours with all the Dobs and stuff. But we have Devin, me, and Entertap. We should probably add Frank to the group chat if he wants to be on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have a really good group chat, and we definitely kind of chirp each other on there a little bit too. So I know, Coach, I won't be mad if you want to share some of the things from our group chat. You can take screenshots and some of the and
Yep.
I told you, people in the chat. Here's an idea. I have an idea for you guys, and maybe, Coach, maybe you'll be mad that I bring this up and as an idea, but here's an idea. Would anybody here pay like maybe a bit of a premium? Like, if what if you paid like $2 or $3, become a member of the channel, but you were able to join a whole like a group chat that where you can be part of a premium group chat that you can always be talking about hockey with us, not just when we're streaming, but anytime when things are happening, right? So I think that'd be fun, Coach. Like for all of our premium members that have a membership with you, we could create like a group chat, and you can be part of. If you're hockey nerds like us, and you want to not just talk about hockey when we're doing our live streams, but you want to always be talking about hockey, like we live and breathe hockey. Let us know if that's something that you might be interested in, and maybe, Coach, that's
Then we
something
can
you
do
could.
maybe I can pop up Sunday morning, early
Yeah,
morning, and do a Zoom,
yeah,
and not live, but a Zoom,
yeah. Just
particularly
for
for all the
members.
people there. I think that would be a
Yeah,
good time to do that Friday morning because you
yeah,
have all the games the Sunday night, and I think the
yeah,
Sunday morning was a good show we did together for 1 year.
yeah,
The breakfast NHL, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. All
All
right,
right,
Coach.
Marco,
Well,
thanks so much, my
have a good
friend,
night. See you later.
and I will see you tomorrow at some point.
Sounds good. Thanks. Bye.
All right. It was Marco Larabi, guys, with us tonight. Pop up at the last second. Glad to have Marco with me. More fun to discuss about what happening tonight on the great, amazing on the NHL draft. I understand as the fans, you want the Montreal Canadiens be active, but look, they did a very good work today. They make a good trade. I'm really happy for the Montreal Canadiens. I don't like the formula of the NHL, be honest with you. I think many of you all agree with me. I want to thank all of you who've been with me all night long. I've been here, guys, for over 5:30. So it's about 5 hours and 30 minutes, guys. I've been here. And I want to take a shower. I want to eat. I want to go to the gym. I want to rest, take a nap after that, guys. But I just love it. I'll be honest with you, it's not bothering me allowed to be with all of you. A lot of great people in the chat tonight, guys. You've really, really been great. We miss Mr. Nartap. Mr. Nartap was a mastermind behind me to do all the NHL draft. I apologize, I did not do a lot of conversation, but at least I get the most graphic. You get all the information here at the bottom of the screen for the at least the what happening. And yes, we did that this board of the NHL draft. So hopefully you enjoyed the show tonight. Like you said, Marco, subscribe, click on the like, and become a member of the Hockey National Show. I'm building a really good Patreon. Follow me on my Twitter or the X account, guys, where I do a lot of comments about the Montreal Canadiens prospect, NHL rumor, everything like that. I'm really active on the Twitter. So really pleased to be with us tonight. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. I'll be live at 12 o'clock p.m. for the day number 2 at the NHL Draft 2025. And of course, the only reason we back at 12 is because
You are awesome. You are amazing. You are the best. And remember, you have greatness inside of you.
that's all, my friend, of the great Friday night of the NHL Draft 2025. We want to thank Moderator Luciano. Great conversation with Luc Laforcine tonight. And we want to thank Ron with Kings with us tonight. We want to thank the 4 people have a super chat. They put a goal in the net tonight. And we have Constantin twice. He have 2 goals tonight, Constantin. We have Billy. We have Guy. And we have Mark Elliott. Again, thanks for all of this. It's not a lot about money, but we accumulate the money every time. But that makes the survive the channel here. And that's the reason we need that. And we're pushing hard. And hopefully you enjoyed every time the Hockey National Show. And I want to thank all of you. Click on the likes tonight. And all of you to be with us tonight. A lot of people stay for the beginning to the end, guys. And this is really blew my mind. You are nuts to do that. But we really, really kind of you to do this. The Hockey National Show want to tell you one more things. Be well, be health. Find a way not only dominate your day, will find a way to dominate the first half or what? We're still in the first half. Someone was said 2025. Pete Martin, thanks so much. P.S. Welcome back again. As you can aboard the news update, delivery great contents tonight. Billy, thanks so much, my friend. You're welcome, Billy. Appreciate that. Pete Martin, Nicolas de Goubiba, no Frank. Thanks so much. Mac Elliott, always a pleasure. Very kind to what you do here, the Hockey Nation Show. Not only about the money, Mark, but about your kind of words you said always at the end. Ken McCarthy, Mr. Fisher, also with us tonight. We have Luke Leverson, was with a little bit early with us, and maybe he'll still here. TH is in the house. Just wish we got the again. We have the guy really. I want yes, TH, but he was not available. I'm sure they tried to get him, but it was not possible. GF also was in the house a little bit early. Tony, thanks a lot, my friend, to be with us. Finally, at the end, we have doing good, Eber, and yourself. Mr. Nicolas, have a good night, buddy. Time to go to bed, Nicolas. Billy, thanks again, my friend. Good night, everybody. And of course, the Hockey Nation Show, the Ab Nation, and all the cheese and Thailand. Want to tell you one more thing, sir. We love you, friends, sir. Thanks so much to be with us tonight. I will see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Here we go. Are you ready? Booyah! Good night, everybody.